Okay. I guess it just didn't do the bump. Why didn't it do the bump? Okay. Hi, everybody. How are y'all? Hopefully well. Um, the music will be cutting on. So there we go. See? The music and everything is right there.
Everything.
Why did it make it? Why did it sound like I just had a bite of, what was it, Chew 5 gum or something? We're gonna do this just to get some music going on in the background. There we go. Hello, everybody. How are y'all doing? I don't think y'all fully understand how scuffed getting to this point in this, the point as the beginning of this stream. So full disclosure, I haven't slept. That is because I had a night shift that led in today, and I have been working essentially all week, and with the exception of like one day on night shifts. And this is not a normal thing. It is not supposed to be a normal thing, but due to a miscommunication on a particular somebody, instead of the agreed upon working Sundays and Wednesdays, they were under the impression I was working anything but Sundays and Wednesdays. So that meant 4 days a week. And I was like, hey, that is so not the case. Is this not what we agreed upon? And they're like, hey, you right, fam. However, we can only change it 3 weeks ahead of time. So for the next 2 weeks, I'm working 4 days a week, and your boy is struggling. So anyway, so I was going back and forth. I was getting ready for everything, and then I was sitting here, and I felt liquid dropping on my feet underneath my desk. And I was like, oh god, oh my god, there's liquid on the desk. It's where all my computer stuff is. Like, if that gets on the surge protector, there goes my entire setup. And I was like, but it was only like a little bit. And then like the rest of my brain kicked in, and I was like, but I don't have anything on my desk that could spill. I don't have an open cup. I don't have anything. And so I'm confused. I'm very confused. Hold on. Due to the lack of music, we're just gonna do this. Static. I thought they were only just put together for static electricity. It's fine. All right. So we got music in the background now. So I was like, okay. Well, because I have a standing desk, I was like, oh, is it the hydraulics? It must be the hydraulics then. Because like, oh, maybe the seal like cracked or whatever, because I don't know if it uses air or water or what it uses in order to build pressure in order to move things. I don't freaking know, dude. So I looked, and it looked like it was dripping from, that's where it was dripping from, but it was actually dripping from above it in the crack of the desk, where why is there a crack in my desk in the middle? My desk is not big enough to have like you could make this a little bit bigger if you wanted it. Like, anyway, there's a line in the middle of the desk, and it was dripping through the crack, and I looked, and it was coming from underneath my keyboard. And I'm like, why? And I looked, there was nothing, like, my keyboard doesn't have liquid in it. It was almost as if like I had set like an ice cube underneath my keyboard, and it slowly melted and then dripped down into the ground. But like, it looked like there was kind of something there, but not anything that made sense in any capacity. So I don't know what's happening in the world right now. I don't know what's happening in my reality right now that would make it so that just random drippage is happening from my computer. But here we are, nonetheless, on date everything, with minimal sleep, maximum physical and mental stress. But I missed y'all. I really did. I really did miss y'all. So I wanted to do a stream today. So here we are. We're doing a stream today. And already my brain is just like, cool. Mama Dodo's already way too low, so we need to fix that. So like so many things that I would like to have fixed, and I would have done before, but let's actually turn. Why is glow red? I am confused why glow is red. It's not working. Oh, is that because dynamic mask? Oh, all of the, I know. Or maybe I don't know. I actually don't know. Mama Dodo. The whole mask is broken. I know what I did. I updated OBS. And apparently the update broke glow. Good to know. Good to know. Unfortunate. So let's see if we could get Bubba Dodo. Alright, so there we are. There we are, just like that. There we go. We got low from Mama Dodo. A part of me wants to add... Well, let's turn on the costume. Or at least turn on the ability to change the costume. And then if people really want... to change... Really want to change, they can. But hopefully y'all are doing well. It seems a little bit, by a little bit, I mean a lot of it lighter than usual. Did I tell people I wasn't streaming today? I know that I was supposed to stream tomorrow. Gonna celebrate birthday and stuff like that, but that may not happen. Gonna be real. All right, here we are. All right, it is Sunday. It is not. It is Saturday. But okay. I think we, if I remember correctly, hold on. Let's see. Data Dex. There's Phoenicia. Hello, Dorian. Eddie and Volt, we've been locked out. Oh, Captain Jack, that reminds me of Egoraptor. St. Clair, Stefan. Here we go. Yeah, we have a love there, which is so funny, because that was not my intention. Alright, so we have multiple people. Let's see if we can... I remember the water heater being one that we want to get friends with, right? So let's talk to them.
Well, look who's back.
Well, hello. Of course. Oh, wait, why can't I?
Be
there
honest this time. What made you slide way back this way?
Maybe I just want to chat.
Not that I mind seeing you again. Just curious.
Maybe I enjoy your company. You never tell me that story. I'm curious about you and River. Is it a crime to come see you so beautiful? You didn't tell me the story.
Ooh, sweetheart. Do I have a story for you?
Love a good story.
So, as I was trying to say before, they used to take this long shower together, right? So long that it was a struggle for me to keep things hot in there for them.
Yeah, that's also kind of my bad. I'm a huge shower taker. I love really long showers.
And I would hear laughing and giggling and sometimes other sounds that I'd rather not repeat.
Were you having a threesome with with them in the shower? Were they aware? Ooh, this is a good story.
There was this one time they got into a spat that lasted all night.
Yeah, relationships are hard, though.
See, what happened was, one of them got on social media and liked someone else's photos.
So that's one thing I never really understood. Granted, like, I luckily missed the whole social media craze that's still very predominant nowadays. I mean, I've recently gotten into it, you know, since building this business and like making social content through that. But like before I started this, like I didn't use my Instagram. I didn't even have TikTok. Like I wasn't a social media guy. I just really wasn't. So maybe someone can explain to me why anyone in any relationship like someone else's photo, especially when you're in a relationship. If it's just a random person you've never met, why it's like, what about me? What about me? About playing this game with date everything? I am not gooning. If actually that's kind of the way that I'm approaching this is, so full disclosure, I'm Demi, meaning I don't feel any kind of anything with anybody until like prerequisites have been checked off. So the way I'm approaching this is very much of I'm gonna friend everybody. However, we have gotten the love ending by accident twice. But heaven forbid I want to cook a meal with somebody and or support someone's dreams of wanting to be on the beach. Like, heaven forbid a friend tries to back up somebody and want to spend time with them. God. But, I'm here for the monthly therapy from the Idealist. Hell yeah. Well, welcome in. I'm currently experiencing a mixture of a glitch of the Matrix and a lack of sleep. So that's what I'm going through. But yeah, you can join this. Currently, it's gonna be 24 hours of migraine. No. Well, please sit back, relax, drink water, and eat food if you haven't already. And let's have a good time with this. But I'm not gonna be. It was like I ain't Ella. I ain't gonna be horny on main for this. Are you fasting again? Or it's like I watched 10 hours of flashing lights on YouTube. I had an exam on the 26th, first and second. Ooh. Damn, you must have been stressed. Damn, Ilarian. Well, I'm glad you're through it. I imagine you crammed, didn't you? You didn't sleep, did you? Even though memory forms when you sleep, so it's actually detrimental on your studying. It's actually better to study and then to get a full night's sleep than it is to study all night. Because then your brain will actually retain the information. But, you know, what the fuck do I know? Yeah. Well, kick your feet up, relax, and let's try to like not have relationships with a water heater. As hard as that may be. But please rest and heal. And I forgive you if you want me in the background while you take a nap. A lot of people do it. A significant amount of people have told me they do it. Because I got 5 more exams this month. Well, rest now so you can recover properly. You're not doing the exam tomorrow. You need to study later, fine, but rest now. Thank you. No, thank you. Well, listen, just because we're on date just because we're on date everything doesn't mean you can just lay it on thick like that. All right. We have procedures. We have forms. Bitch, that was about that first exam. Did it go bad? Oh no. 85 is still good, but what got knocked off? Was it like a fill in your own short answer or a short essay about something and they didn't you missed the point of it or whatever and it knocked off like 15%? What was the thing that knocked you off of it? Because I hate those where it's just like this short answer is worth 40 points. And if you don't get it exactly right, it's like, cool, you got all the answers right, but because you got this one answer wrong, you got a 60. Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. Yeah. Well, what is done is done. You'll continue to do your best, but remember to rest and take care of yourself, or else it will not retain and you will not do well. That's why it crashes through the window. But you're 2 weeks around, they'll never respect you. The reason it happened, so what ended up happening is this, Melon. So when I first got hired, my manager was on PTO. And when someone asked, like, hey, when can you work? I said Sunday, Wednesday. And what ended up being communicated is Sunday and Wednesdays I can't work. And I could work any other day but. And then I was like, I was like, hey, I just texted my boss. I was like, hi, about those 4 days, this is not what we discussed. And she was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm on PTO. I'll fix that. But apparently they can only change things like 3 weeks in advance. Anything before then is like locked in stone, apparently. Like they can't do anything about it. And so I'm locked in these 4. So no joke, these 2 weeks are going to suck. I worked Monday night, Tuesday night, Thursday night, Friday night. I still haven't slept since last night because I couldn't stream and then also sleep. And then I stream today, tomorrow, Monday, and then Monday night I then work a night shift again, and then Tuesday night shift again, then Thursday night shift again, and then Friday night shift again, then stream Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It's going to be a very rough few days, or week. Not gonna lie, it's gonna struggle, but that's why I'm not gonna try to push doing a new costume with trying new games and getting stuff done. This is an adjustment period with a new income stream. I'm giving myself kindness and forgiveness for that, but know that I am planning on meeting with my boss literally early next week, like Tuesday, and being like, as a quote unquote checkup, and be like, hey, just want to make sure that, because this has been the most hands-off job I've ever had. They literally were just like, they essentially had me 60 60 trainings or whatever. All right, sounds good. I'll hydrate. Thank you for the stretches. Thanks for the hydrates. My body is very, very sore. Stalking for 9 hours, 18 hours in the last 2 days. So, but it's getting better. After every shift, I'm less and less sore, which means I'm getting into shape. Yay. After I did the trainings, quote unquote, my first shift, they literally just walked me over to the pallet and was just like, good luck. And I'm like, you're not gonna show me how all this works? Where am I supposed to take the cart? What not to do? How to properly open these boxes? Like nothing. They showed me absolutely nothing. And then I was just like, I guess I'll figure it out. And luckily there's been like some coworkers who've seen me do things and they're just like, hey, if you want to do this better and or easier, here you could do it this way. And I'm like, cool. So, but I have been gotten zero, and I repeat, zero feedback as far as if I'm doing things well or not. I don't know if I'm going fast or slow. I don't know if I'm doing things right. I don't even know if I'm supposed to tell my boss when I leave. Like, I'm just been going at it the best I can and then just hoping for the best. This has been wild. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a meeting with them to be like, hey, I'm like, what are the feedback for everything? But the real thing is going to be like, because this is one of the things that I've noticed, right? Is that we agreed for Sunday, Wednesday. I got a message today that they like moved the 2 weeks from, like 2 or 3 weeks from now, they moved the Wednesday shift to Friday, which, by the way, I originally wanted to make Fridays like off limits because Fridays are the days when all my friends are available and we're hanging out in the voice chat like often, as well as then I don't have to worry about like it running into like the Saturday stream. Like it was a whole thing. But I'm on every Friday for the next 3 weeks. And so what I'm going to be checking with this meeting in something that you're definitely coming this from one of the options that is a potential here, Melon, is I am checking to see if this decision is a one of miscommunication or just straight up like just not caring about my situation. Because what I essentially am going to reinforce during that meeting is like, hey, I want to make it clear, this is my second job. I already have a job with specific hours that I have allotted to do my job. And this is taking those up. And I've had to cancel quite a few things in shifts in order to make things work. I'm willing to take the L for Sundays so that the Monday stream's a little bit later. Spoiler stream, we can have it later in the day. That's fine. I can make that work. I can skip a day, one single day of having bad sleep. That's fine. I'm willing to take that sacrifice to pay the bills. But double, like any kind of double shift during this first half is a no-go. Because having a night to back shift is essentially me coming home from work.
Bird up.
Coming home from work, sleeping, getting up, and then going back to work. Like, no joke, it's like maybe a couple hours outside of that. It's a full time. Right now, it's a full time job, and this is supposed to be a part time, like night shift kind of thing that's supposed to go along with everything, and it's not. So my hope is by reinforcing it that way it was like, hey, I want to make it clear, this isn't just me sitting here being like, I don't feel like working other days. This is, I have another job with a much stricter schedule. Is this something that we're going to be like, I'm fine with the third shift being Tuesdays or Thursdays, Sunday, Wednesday, and either Tuesday or Thursday, because then I'm not streaming. Then I can catch up on sleep on my days I'm not streaming, and then everything's fine and dandy. But if their response is like, oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize this was an employment thing, or if it's going to be, I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way here. Which there's a little small part of me is thinking that it's like, we put you however we need you. And if that's the case, it's like, look, we like when I interviewed for this position, we both agreed that like we wanted this to be a long-term thing. You give them an inch and they'll take a mile, so you need to put your foot. Exactly. It's a rare situation in which I'm enforcing boundaries, which I'm not used to doing. And I'm especially not used to enforcing boundaries about my my business, which is still doesn't feel like me saying that I'm employed. And I'm like, it feels weird saying I'm employed, but I am. I pay myself technically. I employ myself. I am technically employed. So it's a very strange first time on both ends here of putting a boundary down in a work environment when I am a notorious people pleaser that just takes the L and burns myself up for other people. And now I'm putting a boundary up on something that I'm essentially like, hey, I'm not used to saying this, but I'm currently employed. You can't keep doing that. Like you're getting in the way with my first job. And it's like, if you want this to work, if they want this to work, we need to have that flexibility and understanding of like, hey, you like this, I have prior engagements that I need to enforce. Are we able to work around that? Because if the answer is no, then this is not going to be a long-term thing. I'm not going to sit here and just be like, well, I'm just going to quit then. Like, I'm not going to sit there and say that from the get-go. But you bet your ass that I'm going to be like, all right, well, I'm still going to keep an eye on my income to make sure that we, like, the hard off, by the way, which, by the way, they've completely disregarded with this, too, in the beginning. Granted, they didn't know because she was on PTO, so I'm giving them a little bit of grace on this, was that I told them I have an income limit. I'm on Medicaid. If I make a certain amount of money, I lose my insurance. And I told them that, like, 3 shifts during a week is my maximum, because depending on the amount of weeks during that month, like, I'll go over the limit and then I lose my insurance. So I'm like, hey, we can't go over that. And they put me on 4 times a week. And I'm looking at this first paycheck and I'll be like, they're not going to like me saying no. The US is weird. There's a weird middle ground where it's actually more, you're able to keep home money by being more poor. It's weird, but the point is that they know that that's gonna be the hard line. If they start crossing that, and they're gonna be like, well, it's like, you may not have to work, but it'll be on you. It's like, no, this is on you. Like, this is something that very much we said at the beginning, that I cannot work, like, make this much money over a span of the month. You put me on more days during the week, and now you need to take me off less days. That's on you. So I was gonna give them a month and have this conversation, but with everything that's been happening, it needs to be a conversation beforehand. So next week is going to be interesting, certainly, from the looks of it. So after next week with the four-day work week, it goes, that's when she started, like, actually being able to change things, and it went to a 3. But guess what she did? She made it so that I worked Saturday, Sunday, and then the following Friday. And I'm like, you couldn't have picked the 3 worst days for me to work, because those are the days that I'm streaming. You could have picked any other one. What's up, Foxy? By the way, hello everybody. Welcome to my rant. Hello Melon. Hello Dragon. Hey Foxy. I will add. Oh, hold on. Let me add that right now, because I will forget off the top of my head. Boo 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 boo. I know exactly what to add. Boo boo. We need to add 12 more. 12 more horseshoe crabs. My God.
And not just one photo either. Nope. They liked 14 of them.
Photos? What were we talking about? But one thing I wanted to talk about, the glitch in the Matrix. My keyboard randomly leaked, like liquid. There's nothing on my desk that made liquid, but something went in my desk out to the bottom of it, and it just happened. It just happened. It was like, when I mean there's nothing on my desk, I repeat, there's nothing on my desk that could have made any kind of liquid spill. And it just happens. I guess. I mean, I guess Alarium. Like, it made no sense, but here we are. So, yeah, I woke up for some reason. I just was downloaded my PC. Why? That's weird, first of all. Oh, gosh. All right. So, let's sit back and enjoy a game where we make friends with everybody, and certainly nothing more than that. We want to make friends with everyone. That's what we want. That's what we want to do. All right? Okay.
And when they were confronted, there was no denying it. Confessed right away. They knew they were in hot water.
Well, okay, done with talk. What did you want to talk about? What did you want to talk about? Did you imagine something that'll disappoint both of you? Is it not eating? A bunch of Kanye Yoshi quotes too. Why would that make me feel any better? No, it's just a normal thing with me now. Are you now obsessed with a gacha game? Melon, who plays so many gacha games. Technically me too now with Infield. I also hope that's not the case. Well, first of all, that wouldn't be disappointing. That would be worry. I hope not. What would it be? What is the thing that would be disappointing? That would make me sigh and take a deep inhale and a long exhale, and I'm just like, oh, Larry, what are we gonna do with you? And you're just like, I don't know. And then a laugh track ensues. We'll be right back after these messages, and then you'll get a Aflac commercial. Is this a good time to remind you that I haven't slept? It's like, what is this guy talking about? Why is this guy in a Sailor Moon outfit? So, okay, why would that be disappointing? Or is there a second half to this story? That's good that, I mean, because unfortunately your friend was a third wheel, but it's good that, like, you clicked with someone. Okay. Why would I be disappointed in you for clicking with someone? You ran. Oh. Where's a spray bottle? Hey, Winifred, do you got some hot water we can spray this guy real quick?
Not like there was any point in lying about it. The proof was in the digital pudding.
Uh-huh. No, that doesn't help. So I guess that's a weird way of saying no. Stop being afraid of your feelings. See how it turns out. Just talk with them. Just talk. You don't need to, like, do anything. Just talk. All that's, if you just suddenly stop talking, they're just gonna think that they said something to, like, make you mad or something. People always assume the worst. Like, it's just gonna be, my guy, you're out. That's, there's no avoiding that. I'm sorry, there's no avoiding it. It's gonna happen. Not in the sense of, like, no matter what you do, you can't avoid getting hurt. One way or another, like depending on your outlook, I do anything. Like, so how did you run away then? And you could ask your friend for their contact information and just be like, hey, it's me at this party or whatever you met. I got this contact information from so and so. But I felt like we really clicked, so I wanted to get your information. The worst they could do is like block you at that point. Okay. So you're in the same class. So you do have the ability to spend time with them. Then what were you guys studying together? Or were you and your friend studying and then this other friend showed up? So do you just plan on being like lonely forever? Is that the goal here? Is that the goal? You're just gonna never talk and connect with anybody? Ever? Ever? I mean, it's okay if you aren't ready. I mean, that's fine too. It's important to be happy being alone, but it's obvious that you have some issues as far as connecting with somebody. You obviously care. I'm sorry. You ran away of fear saying, fuck nah, I'm not getting hurt again. That's not caring. That is evasive. That's evasive behavior. 100%. Like, there's a thing about not caring, but if you didn't care, then it wouldn't matter if you connected with this person. And you allow things to naturally develop as they will. If you really didn't care, that's how you would approach it. But you care. You do. You're afraid. Which is fair. I just don't want to be in a relationship. I don't even want to try actively stay away from develop that. Do you not want it, or are you afraid of it? From the feeling of it, from what you've said, there's a difference between not wanting to try. Not wanting to try is them wanting to take the step and you being like, sorry, I'm not at that place yet. You actively ran away. You were afraid. Well, too bad. Get analyzed, forehead. Like, listen, I'm not going to sit here and say don't be happy with being single. I think every single person should be happy with themselves. Period. I'm going to keep that blocked. Point is it's okay if you want to be single. It's okay if you want to be in a relationship. What matters is that you need to have a healthy relationship with yourself and others for those decisions. If the reason that you're fine with being single is because you're afraid of being in a relationship, that's not a healthy place to be. You're just running away. You're avoiding the problem. In which you need to work your way through that. Because the fear is kind of one of those things where a lot of times moving toward what you're afraid of is healthy for you. I'm not disappointed in you. I think this is a very human thing. I think it's a very human thing, especially somebody who's been hurt by a relationship before. I'm not disappointed in the slightest. But I want you to know that running away from even the inclination of the possibility of being liking somebody and being okay with being single and happy where you are two entirely separate things. So I'm more or less calling you out on the fact of like, you're wrong. You're just saying that or convincing yourself that, but you're wrong. It is annoying because it's been like 5 or 6 days and she won't leave my head. I don't like it. seriously, just see where it goes. It doesn't have to be girlfriend. It doesn't have to be wife. It was like, she could just be a really close friend. You don't even know if she's into dudes. Like, you don't even know. Like, do you want this to be a relationship? It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be a thing where it's like a marriage thing. Like, are you so avoidant of connecting with someone that you don't even want to have good friends? Because that could easily just happen. If you're considering somebody as like a potential like future partner, the very, very least they could become is a really, really close friend. And that's awesome. That's awesome as hell. I also spent like 5 hours working and turning on my Spotify playlist to Excel sheet. Hell yeah. That's awesome, Foxy. Excel sheets. Let's go. It's so good as far as getting statistics and stuff analyzed. So good. Especially if you're trying to get like analytics. If you're trying to break down analytics, it's so nice, dude. Also, she just broke up with her ex like last month. So it sounds to me that you're kind of interested in a relationship. I'm noticing a lot of trends in the direction of like you want to kind of approach her in a romantic manner. Understanding how you feel first. Don't even worry about her situation. Don't even worry about her. I was getting that feeling. That's why I ran away. Okay. So now we're approaching this. Now let's approach this, right? We're approaching this feeling of well, good. I'm glad you're friends with women. I have a feeling a lot of men need that. Not the best for that. Knowing my time, as I probably could have done it 30 minutes, but who cares? Exactly. But yeah, like, so what is it that being potentially liking someone in a relationship that's so scary? What is it that's so scary about it? Because if it's about like being hurt, friends can hurt you. Like, I've had plenty of friends hurt me. Don't worry, Melon, you're not one of them. Like, that's a thing that can happen. So it can't be like connection with people. So what is it about just that having a partner there? Because I know it's not the same. If I had to guess, it would be more along the lines of there's more vulnerability there. And if I had to guess, it's that vulnerability being used against you that you're afraid. Which again, a friend thing. I've asked too much of a relationship, and I really feel for the person, and then when they break up with me, it just takes years to get over it. I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. Alarian, that's just love. That's just love, baby. Like, it took me years to get to a decent place too after my ending of my engagement. 6 years. How long were you in a relationship? And to be honest, we could probably cut that down a lot with therapy. Yeah. Yeah, it's a long-term relationship. It takes a while. We could cut that down. No, you're good, Foxy. But it's good to have all those metrics. But like, yeah, like it takes a while to get over it. I mean, That's the thing, though. You know better now. You're a different person now. You've grown with that knowledge, but you still need to. I'm not saying you need to not run away, but what I am saying is that you can't avoid that part of you, and I think it would be a very healthy thing to approach and understand that part of you. Don't no, none of that. No self-deprecation in this house. No self. Though I say this with other people too. If how you talk about yourself is how I'm going to treat you as if you talked about someone else that way. So I'm treating you saying that to someone else, which is a no-go. No buts. You're a catch. Believe it. I know. And that's kind of the core of it, isn't it? And you don't want to know a secret. I hated myself for a long time too. Well, less to do with hate about myself and more to do with I didn't care if I died. I didn't care about myself for a long time. For a long time. And it really didn't hate. Exactly. And it takes a long time to get to a better place. Even now, I think I'm okay. I'm a decent person. I think I'm kind of funny. That's kind of like the biggest compliment I could give myself. I think I'm kind of funny. But like, it's taken years to get to that level, right? That's a life struggle. There's certain struggles in life that are going to be a forever thing. Yeah. So, Alarian, I get it. But you can't... What I am trying to say, everyone's journey is different. I believe you can approach this and learn from it and grow from that part of you that wants to run. And really kind of sitting down with yourself and have those conversations with yourself and really understand the core of what that is and facing it head on, I think you're going to be a lot happier. I think you're going to find that you won't need to want to run away. You'll be willing to see where things go. And no self-deprecation. None of that. No one's too good for anyone else, period. The whole staying in your lane thing is absolute bullshit. It's 100% nonsense. I will never abide by that rule, ever. I'm glad you don't know where I live. You can't beat my ass. If I knew where I live, I would have sent you food. A month after I nearly felt happier and that I ever did before. I don't know why, but I felt like pure ecstasy when looking at the sky, just thinking. Yeah. I also dealt with my own, you know what? Let's add this. Let's add this to the. There's no way I don't already have this. Here it is. Boop.
They were made to sleep on the couch for about a week. The words 14 pictures.
Sorry, I had to click it.
Thrown their way for days.
We're adding that to the ESRB because what we talk about. So like, I struggled with suicidal thoughts for years. It didn't get to any kind of extreme point, but for a span of like 5 or 6 years, how it represented with me was every night it would be like an intrusive. I don't know if it's technically an intrusive thought, but I describe it as intrusive thought because it wasn't conscious like way of thinking about it. Where right before I go to bed, the thought and almost like question that came into my mind is, if I had a gun, would I pull the trigger? And the answer was, except for 3 occasions, always no. It's now cope with everything, right? Well, it's about date everything, more love everything, including yourself. Or date everything, including yourself. Understanding yourself and loving yourself is a part of dating and love and everything else. Like, but just because I'm starting to be honest with you, I'm probably not going to do anything about it. Well, why not? You know? But like and what ended up with that question that I asked every night for like 6 years was, I would say no, and then I would think of the reasons why not. I would think of the game that I wanted to play soon, that I saw a trailer of. I thought of how much it would like hurt my mom and my brother and my dog, like the idea of my dog wanting me to come home but me not coming home anymore, you know? You can either love yourself or fuck yourself. You can do both. Anyone who tells you you're ugly can fuck off. Who cares? Who cares, dude? Who cares about their opinion? Were you trying to like attract them? No. You have not seen what I look like, so I don't need to see it. Like, also, appearance is such a small factor when it comes to attractiveness, dude. So, again, like, physical attraction is just a small part of the equation, my guy. Personality, how you treat people, kindness. For some people, it's funny. Like, if you got a good sense of humor and you can make them laugh, you could look like an actual pig. It do not matter. You don't need to be fit. You don't need to be any of it. Just treat people well. I think you're funny. You have a sense of humor. You joke with me all the time. Literally. Every conversation, we're joking around. What are you talking about? You have a sense of humor. And you clicked. So you clicked with somebody. That means you were at least interesting. Do you know how much extra points you get? Exactly. That's my point. It's just an adjective. What matters on the inside, you could look like an angel, but inside you might be a demon. Exactly. Like, point is, my guy, is that you were interesting. To have a good, and you clicked with somebody, and I mean, do you know why you clicked? Because a lot of times you don't. Sometimes you just click. And then, you know, like, physical attraction is something to do with that a little bit, but when you click, you click. The heart wants what the heart wants. Look up Love Jake quotes from Adventure Time, dude. He knows what's up. Just follow your heart, my guy. Don't let your brain fucking put bad thoughts in your head. He lies. He's a bit of a dick. So, like, if you click, that matters. That's a real thing. And don't convince yourself it wasn't. Yeah, he knows his shit. A wiser dog has never been born. So give it some thought. I'm not saying you need to do anything about it, but at least give me your word you'll give it some thought of at least talking to her again. Not even with the expectation that something will come out of it. Not with the expectation of you even getting a friend out of it. But just to talk and click and just be present with somebody. For all you know, you just share stories and that's the end of it. But at least you shared stories, dude. And especially if it's somebody that's been in your head this long. That means they left an impact on you. And that means something. And you don't know what impact you had on them. And to be honest, it's kind of not for you to know. People often don't know their impact on others. It's one of life's most beautiful curses. Is that you just don't know how you impact other people. I sure as hell don't. My assumption is that the greatest things come from the smallest of actions. It's the little things that you do for people that often have the biggest impact. Whether it's like a small statement or small action. And because it tends to mean the most. I don't know why. It also makes like trying really hard to do stuff kind of like get the wins out of my sails a bit, because you could spend all day and night to do something amazing and it's like, oh, that didn't matter. But this small thing you did that you put like any thought into, yeah, that actually like saved people's lives. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Oh my gosh. All right, time for some ad breaks. I'm gonna get some stretching. Everyone stretch as well. Okay. Let us see. Okay. Making sure that I'm not on window or capture. Okay. Nothing showed up, right?
See, Phoenicia's up on all the apps, but I know that none of that stuff is real, you know?
Dude, you looked fine. I think you're overreacting. Personally. Let me make a little bit of a note just in case. I think you're overreacting a bit. Little less than 1 hour during ad break. Make sure nothing is there.
If the cloud vanished tomorrow, so would those little thumbs up. But their relationship would still be there.
Don't worry, bro. I bet you don't have the worst mustache in history. It's true. I agree. But again, I think you're too harsh on yourself. I think you look fine. Seriously. I think it's a self-image thing. Or also it might be body dysmorphia. A lot of people have it. I probably do too. The debuffs, I mean, my guy, debuffs tend to be mental. That includes self-perception, dude. Point is, stop being so hard on yourself. If it works out, it works out. Don't give reasons why it wouldn't. Give reasons why it could. And then if it's enough, then move forward. If it's not, then, well, that's that. Right. So, like, we'll end it with this. Follow your heart. Don't give and don't listen to the voice that gives you reason. It was like why it wouldn't work, why not to move forward, why you wouldn't step forward, unless it's your actual like physical safety of like, hey, don't go into the woods where there's a snarling wolf there. Probably don't listen to that heart. Granted, I don't think your heart would be telling you to go in, but unless you're like me and you have the white person debuff that wants to pet every single animal known to man and some to mammals. There is a very strong chance that I will lose a limb petting an animal I shouldn't. But that's my cross to bear. Point is, it's not something you can overcome overnight, but you shouldn't be afraid at least connecting with somebody. That's really the biggest thing. Connect. Enjoy. Meet new people and enjoy people. Life is too fleeting to let someone that you click with just kind of let that go. Not I'm saying is like if they want to be left alone and you're just like, no, I can't let you go. Don't do that. Definitely don't do that. But like, I don't know, if it's mutual, it's mutual. Let things move forward. If it's not mutual, then yeah, let them go. Whatever. It's not meant to be. But let it not meant to be due to the decision other people make. You putting your whole heart out there, that's the way to fucking do it. Well, you won't know until you've just keep moving forward. Otherwise, you're just gonna keep on wondering what if. Just like they might be thinking what if. They're probably gonna be like, well, shit, I didn't get his information either. Like, fuck. Do I ask my friend? No, that's weird. That's weird to ask my friend for a friend's number. That's weird. I don't want to come off too strong. Like, for all you know, they're thinking the same shit. Or they're not thinking about it at all. You don't know that. You ain't psychic. You don't even know what I'm thinking about. What do you think you know about what she's thinking about? Uh-huh, yeah, sure. Uh-huh. Sure you do. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. If you were so sure that she wasn't interested, you wouldn't have ran away. I can guarantee you right now, if you knew from the get-go that she wasn't interested in you at all, you wouldn't have ran away. Because then you wouldn't have to worry about it. The fact that you ran away means that there's a chance. Because why would you run away if there wasn't any potential for a future relationship? There's nothing to run away from then. It's just a friendship. Right. But like, if you were interested and you knew they weren't interested, why would you run away? Well, you should explore awkwardness. It's okay to make things awkward. It's okay to make things awkward. It's okay to make things awkward, my guy. Awkwardness is such an unexplored emotion and such an unexplored situation. You often find things about yourself. You find the little, yeah, what's a good, it's not, this is not a good description, but the little, I want to say worms. I don't know why. It's like caterpillar, but sadder. The little parts of you that you aren't fully familiar with. Maybe. Or maybe she wasn't. Maybe she was genuinely having a good time with you. You don't know. And guess what? There's a way you can find out. Which is to talk with them again. And then see. Or just ask your friend. Like, you have a, okay, first of all, you have such a unique situation. You have a literal third party to verify your understanding of the situation. You have a literal referee that could be like, hey, am I in my own head about this? Is like, hey, I feel like I really hit it off. As somebody who was sitting right there, was she just being nice and I was just coming on too strong? Yeah, exactly. It's like, was I in the wrong? Was my perspective of the situation incorrect? Like, what's the sitch? Like, was she just giving me the nice signals and I was just reading it off? And then he could be like, oh yeah, no, she does that with everybody. And you're like, cool. Now I know that she was just being nice. That sucks. I'm gonna get through my emotions and then move on with my life, right? Or it's like, oh no, she totally like clicked with you. And then you're just like, oh shit. All right, well, now I need to move forward. Because he asked me, he's like, did you want me to ask her how she thought it? God! What do you mean? What do you mean your friend? Your friend was like, hey, you want a wingman? And you said no? What the fuck? Dude, he gave you an out. You could have gotten... Say yes! Just like, I changed my mind. So, who cares? You're infatuated with a girl you met for 3 hours. You run a little fast. So what? Say yes. Just say like, hey, see what she thinks. So? Who cares? A lot of girls like chubby men. I'm so real with you right now. Some girls are into that. Honestly, especially like later in life, because like men who are like super fit and in shape, a lot of them are like insufferable. Honestly, I don't think you're that fat. I think I'm fatter than you. I'm not like putting up a picture between you and me up there, but I think I'm bigger than you. I do not think you're that fat. Certainly not like any kind of level that I would say like, first of all, just because you're fat does not mean you're ugly. Full stop. Those are entirely separate things. Second, who cares? It's all about confidence. Granted, you need to work on that part. Just a smidge. But like, even your friend clocked it, so he knows. He knows you're just being prideful or afraid. Probably both. I also don't take pictures of myself, but then again, I'm on stream, so, you know, whatever. It's just a lot of... You lost a lot of weight. Then what's the problem? You're coming up with excuses why... You're giving up with excuses why she wouldn't be interested in you when you don't even know if she even is thinking about you that way. There's only one way to know. You can come up with 1,000 reasons why she wouldn't. And I can give you 1,000 reasons that she would be, but it doesn't matter. So I guess the question here is this. Because you have two. You have two paths forward. We're going to have two paths forward, and then we're going to move on. Okay? Either you confirm your suspicions, or you will live the rest of your life not confirming them. Those are your two streets. That's it. And you're going to have to live with both of those options. Okay. And with that being said, we're going back to the hot water which I you know what, my water heater would hate me. Would hate me.
But I thought for sure it was gonna be the end of that.
Sorry, girl. I do not know what we were talking about.
Can you believe that?
Yeah, totally. This is called active listening, but I don't remember. 40 photos, they might as well be cheating. Oh, right. They liked... Oh, by the way, question to y'all, because I asked this question, and I think this was before y'all popped into chat. What's with people liking other people's photos on social media when they're in a relationship? I'm not a social media guy. I missed that bandwagon until I started doing all this. So apparently, the old owners in here, they got into a fight. They were a couple. They got into a fight because the man liked 14 photos of a random person on social media while being in even though they were married or in a relationship. And my question is, why do you like other people's photos of themselves like that? Like, when I do social media, I like stuff. I like videos of animations and art and jokes. I don't like videos of people. You know? Oh, that is a good question. If they are friends and you're like, "Hey, this is me on vacation." I do not think they're friends. I think this is like a model. This is like an attractive girl. A random attractive girl that he liked, which I say is weird. That's weird. I think that's weird. If I'm willing even to put my foot down in that, if you're liking photos of an attractive stranger strictly because they're attractive, I think that's weird. I think that's a weird thing to do. I think it comes across in a way of like, you're thinking that liking and interacting them will mean you have some kind of chance. And one, I don't think that's how it works, but who the fuck do I know? I'm 35 years old. Like, what the hell do I know? What works and doesn't work on social media? Sure as hell isn't going to be on Tinder. I don't think it's about cheating, but I do think you're looking. I think you're being disloyal. I don't think you're cheating, but I am thinking you're being disloyal. Or it could be one of those things, especially if you have a partner where you both can enjoy the attractiveness and then you share and show like, oh my God, this person's beautiful or this person's attractive, and you both can enjoy the eye candy. That's also fine. If you make an experience that both of you can share and enjoy, I think that's fine. Maybe it's just like, here's a reaction to show that I approve of this level of attraction or something. I don't know, man. Humans are weird, and I have difficulty with people as it is. If a woman says that, it's a trap. Do not engage. Well, again, what matters is wanting to make sure that, hey, Estrella, welcome in. It's making sure that, you know, you don't give the inclination that you're being disloyal. 14 photos, like, I'm not saying liking someone else's photos is cheating. I do not think that's the case. Sounds like they weren't great at communicating, 100%. Should he have liked photos of a complete attractive stranger? No, that's weird. I think that's just weird. Because it's just like, okay, why did you? By the way, did you like my waffle video? I remember you sending me the waffle video. I remember watching the waffle video. I do not remember the waffle video. I remember being mad at you about it. So, no, don't send me more stuff. It sounds like they aren't great at communicating.
See, that right there is what I think the secret is.
Yeah, it's all about communication, baby. Communication is the secret to all things.
I don't care who you are or what you're thinking about. You have to talk to your partner.
100%. Oh, I was never going to give you up. That's right. Yeah, I do hate you. Just like you've told Just like you've told River about Washford? But that's easier said than done.
Winifred narrows her eyes at you, but her expression remains sweet and playful.
Now, didn't nobody tell you to be nosy like that?
Nah, you know what? I just calls it as I see it, Winifred.
Just because you cute don't mean you can say whatever you want now.
I don't know. I think it does. I think it does a little bit.
Besides, River and I...
Uh-huh.
Well, I wouldn't really say we a thing. Not like the way you think of a thing.
Uh-huh. Well, it's okay to, you know, not really have any strings attached. It could just be some fun.
Which is not to say that I know what you consider a thing, but from what you're saying, you consider River and I to be a thing.
It doesn't have to be a whole thing. Y'all are just going to be enjoying each other. But, you know, again, letting people know about what y'all are, you know, doing. There's no harm against that.
Honestly, it's complicated.
Yeah, apparently.
Winifred's expression softens as she thinks about River. It takes her a few moments to find her words.
Well, of course the water heater would have a thing for water.
River and I have been working so closely for so long that things just kind of clicked. I guess that's the word for it.
Yeah. Yeah, see, isn't it really important when people click? And how important and impactful that could be for one's own life? Stares directly into the fucking camera.
There's certain things in life you just click with. Those that just get you in what you're about and trying to do.
Interesting. Interesting how they said that. Isn't that interesting, Hilarious?
River's one of those. And honestly, she's made my job so much easier. I was warned that I could have ended up with super hard water.
That's true. Hard water is murder for showers.
But that's not River at all. Everything just flows between us.
Hell yeah. You gotta follow the flow, man. You gotta follow the
When
flow.
you have that kind of flow,
Mm-hmm.
sometimes you just slide into things with each other. And that's what we've done.
That sounds amazing, girl.
She's been there for me, and I've been there for her.
So, okay, so Winifred, I gotta ask here. So how are y'all not a thing? like an actually then, because you've gave more than reasons of like why you are. Have you told River all of this?
Oh, you think you slick? I said one question and one question only. You don't like the answer? Now, it's my turn to ask a question.
Oh. Yeah, I gotta go.
Now, since you want to be digging for gold in my pan, I got a question for you.
See, I feel like I do the whole question answer thing wrong because I'm very open and very okay with being emotionally vulnerable with people quickly. I don't know why. I really don't. How I'm so okay with it. So I tend to go deep real quick. And I think it catches people off guard because they're just like, oh, you couldn't have paid to get that out of me. All right.
Have you ever liked more than one person at a time?
I have before. It sucks. Is it a major ADH thing? Oh, then yeah, I got that super hard. Yeah, I did like somebody while I was in a relationship. And then I confessed about it because I felt so guilty. I was 16. I was 16. She then proceeded to the person I was in a relationship with and proceeded to cheat on me 3 separate times with the same person. But that doesn't excuse my behavior previously, nor am I excusing my behavior when I was 16. But I did have an interest in a person that it was complicated. It was like a close friend, but it was from a place that I lived before I moved, and then I visited back there during the summer, and then we really clicked. It was a thing. It was a whole thing. But I felt so guilty about it. I immediately ratted myself out as soon as I got back. And we, there was a lot of, pain and a lot of communication, but we got through it. And then she proceeded to cheat on me later. But That one was a little more difficult to get around. Yeah, but you know, we're not together anymore, so let's just say it was a very rocky kind of relationship. But of course it would be, because I was in a relationship for like 9 years, and we were high school sweethearts, so we were there for all the rocky parts of all the relationship. Of having a crush is even a relationship. The communication is the biggest thing. Exactly. Gosh, I remember I remember talking to like one of my high school friends, and I'm like, I feel so guilty. I feel so guilty. And I knew that she would never find out, but like, I did not care. It's like, what mattered to me was that she deserved to know. So I told her. And it sucked. Oh, it sucked. But yeah. But you know, again, not excusing for myself, but it is part of the past. So, but I have liked more than one person at the same time. It's happened to me before. Yeah.
Really? And, what did you do about it?
I kind of let it ride. It'll all shake out. Oh, I pick one person to focus on and drop the others. I mean, how I handled it was that I communicated to both parties about what was happening. I made it very obvious of the situation at hand. And the way it unfolded was essentially, it wasn't just pick one person and focus on the other. It's kind of I don't like either of these options. I kind of let it ride. It'll all shake out is such a hands-off, not my problem. It is your problem. It is. You need to figure out, where's the option to communicate? Where's the option to let everyone involved to know? Because letting it ride makes it feel like, oh, I'm not going to tell anyone anything, and I'm just going to let things be. And the other one is, I'm going to break one person's heart. And I have a mutually consented to very open relationship. Personally, I find it helps smooth out individuals' needs about more community and just one-on-one. That's awesome, Estrala. That's awesome. That I like that mindset. What matter? I would say it doesn't matter what works for other people. It straight up doesn't. What matters is what works between you and your partner. If that's what works between the two of you, and both of you are happy and fulfilled, and like all the bells and bird songs in the world, then go for it. Who cares? And I'm glad you found a thing that works for you. I think a lot of people need that. A lot more people than that are currently the case, where it's like, where you have that conversation of what kind of relationship do you need in order to feel fulfilled in a relationship. Because I know there's been a lot of discussion for a lot of people where the idea of one person being literally everything, the maximum amount that it says to take on the bottle over a span of 24 hours, I would say I think it's 2, because if you take any more than that, you'll burn a hole through your stomach, and then you can't eat anything delicious anymore. Talking from a person whose mother had her stomach lining burned through by Advil, and then she couldn't eat, and she no longer can eat anything spicy, and she couldn't eat more than ice cream for like a month. So don't mess with that. Like, straight up, Advil will hurt you. So be very careful with that. But it's the what was I saying? It was the current majority mindset of one person satisfies every aspect of a person's life is a lot of pressure to put on somebody. Where it's like, they are meant to be your best friend, and also your rock, and also like kind of dangerous and kind of sexy, and then also like it's like they have to check every single box of every single thing, and that's a lot of pressure to put on someone, and also makes it so that you give up a lot of potential opportunities for a relationship because they don't check up every single box that you need. And there's something to say about that. So I think for a lot of people, they just kind of stick with the whole monogamous thing without fully really breaking down what you need in a relationship. So also, full disclosure, so my partner was we were engaged. We were together for like 8 or 9 years. She got her degree in couples and marriage therapy with a focus in sex therapy. She had got a master's degree in that. So I got a lot of like passive osmosis like information of when she was studying and learning all that stuff. So I'll have a lot more like bouncing around my brain than I think a lot of other people, just because she also studied a lot out loud. And I just got, it was almost like a podcast I was playing at all times. I think a lot of people don't really know what the other kinds of relationship dynamics could be available. Exactly. Well, not only not know, but find it that it's like, I'm uncomfortable with that, I don't want to do it. Either they don't do it due to religious reasons, or people think that they will get judged harshly. And then that's when you get into like weird situations where people are like really hush, and then you have like swingers that are like, it's on the DL though, so no one knows about it, but everyone's swinging, and then it's like, oh, this little fun little thing, which is fun and exciting, but is it really something that people, is that what you need in order to feel fulfilled in a relationship? So like, there's a lot of stuff that like people need to be more open in thinking about this kind of stuff. So I'm really happy to hear that y'all have had that conversation as partners, and you're both satisfied with the current state. And I hope that if you get to a point that one of you is not satisfied with the current state of the relationship, that you trust to go and have that conversation again, and that there can be a change in that dynamic. Because, you know, that people change over time, and people's needs change over time. So it's not like a forever thing, because we are always evolving and changing and adapting and adjusting and breathing and eating. But anyway, between these two options, oh gosh, I need to make a new therapist, Mama Dodo, one without a cat. I'm gonna say I kind of let it ride. It'll all shake out.
See, I like that. You let your heart do what it needs to do.
There was something about the option of just like, there has to be only one. It's like that the only ones that I've cut short is because also full disclosure, in a similar sense to you, Alarian, as well, is that I haven't been in a relationship since my engagement ended a long time ago. It's been a long time. And part of that has to do with coming to terms with everything that has happened. Part of it has to do with learning about myself and then growing, like, because again, I was in a relationship since I was like 15 years old, and it ended when I was 23. Like, the amount of growth, like, I never really explored who I was until after that, because though there was a lot of good in the relationship, but you know, there was also a significant amount of negatives as well. And one of those is that while I was in a relationship with her, I couldn't focus on myself. There wasn't enough room for that. So, like, I didn't really get to a point where I could develop myself until after it ended. Yeah, it took a while. It took a while, Ilarian. I'm gonna be so real. It took 6 months before I even told a literal soul about it, just because I needed to get my head straight. And we also lived together for another 2 years after that, by the way. A little fun fact is that we were still roommates because we couldn't afford stay. Like, this was during getting my master's degree. I managed to survive getting my master's degree while my relationship was crumbling, and I was just like, ha ha ha, everything's fine, and then it was an accelerated master's program, which meant that it was 2 years of schooling in 1 year. So it was a lot. I was kind of going through it, and it was understandably only after I was, it wasn't until now, or like now-ish, that I look back being like, man, that no wonder I was on survival mode for like years after that. Because it's like, what option did I have? Yeah, let's just say that particular part of my life was very rough, but I was able to get through it, and that shows things about myself that I can at least do my best to be proud of. But it's what was I gonna say? I don't remember what I was gonna say. Be kind to yourself. There you go. That's it.
You know how to handle a situation when it comes up, and that's really what matters.
Yeah.
When if
Speak of the devil.
company again?
Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna let you two have your fun. I'm just gonna see myself out. I'm just here for the stories. I'm just here for the drama. Don't you worry. All right. She's just like, I don't like what he's insinuating here.
I think we were just wrapping up, actually.
Yeah.
All right, well, I have a message for you.
Oh, okay.
From who? Washford?
Oh, no. This one is from...
Who?
She looks over at you, but when Winifred doesn't object, she just shrugs.
Bathsheba.
Bathsheba? Oh, wait, don't we know about Bathsheba? Or no, the rubber duck is different. I like the rubber duck, by the way. It was just like, hey, just a warning. She is going to be extremely horny. And I'm like, oh, God. No, we can skip it. That's fine. We're on Twitch. Oh, my mouse.
Oh. Well, Wait, you sure it's from Bathsheba?
Wouldn't say it if I wasn't sure.
You know, she kind of has a point.
Really?
What do you mean, girl?
Come on, Win. Bad enough I have to play messenger between you two.
Honestly, yeah, that's kind of rough.
She said she has something important to say to you and that you should...
Uh-huh.
Shake the pipes and give her a call.
Shake the pipes. Is that a euphemism?
Okay. I'll do just that.
Is this like... Oh, okay. You haven't taken a bath in a while? Because if that's the case... Because I take shower... I'm not a bath person. I am a shower
River
person.
looks relieved to be done, though still grumpy about her assignment.
I'm sure she could cheer you up. You'll
Well.
be fine.
Whatever. See you later.
You know where to find me.
Winifred, come on. You can console her a little bit. But Shiba too, damn girl. Ooh, ooh, Winnie. Shiba too, damn girl.
What? I have no idea what you're talking about, sweetheart.
Uh-huh.
What you had on now? I ain't trying to kick you out, but I'd just rather take this conversation in private. I'll see
Understandable.
you around, sweetheart.
All right, so that's the water heater. Seems like a fun friend. What? Did the door just grunt? Yeah. Hey, Buff. Welcome in. We're just playing date everything. Make enemies. Find love, get friends. We're getting friends. Okay, who else were we working on? Do we have to... Oh, we had to do, like, the washer machine. We're locked out between these guys because the game is stupid. Oh, right. Oh, right. We didn't add the thing. We need to add the thing. I added new alerts. I need to add the new alerts for these guys. So for those that don't know, these guys have a very toxic relationship. So one of the things that I did was that I added new warnings for abusive relationships. So it was abusive relationship warning. Let's see here. Where are you? Where are you? Here we go. Abusive relationship. Boop. It's a little big. Abusive. And then toxic. And then toxic relationship. What we're hoping is to break them up because they're not healthy for each other. And then I think the romance option is just like, okay, they're broken up. Now we can get with them. And I'm like, no, now we're going to get them fucking therapy. Because my God, do they need it? Where is... Barrel. There you are. Nasty as ESRBs. By the way, have you seen all the memes about flat earthers for the new pics of Earth? No. Do I want to know? And boop.
Harper and Dirk are, once again, arguing loudly. This time, however, they stop as soon as they see you walk up.
Oh, cool.
You!
Me!
You!
Me!
Tell Durkee he's wrong.
You're wrong, Durkee.
Tell Harper she's wrong.
Harper, you're also wrong.
How am I wrong?
I don't know. You just asked me to say it, so I just did. I didn't really believe any of it.
You've created another reality in your head where I'm gangbanging hangers and
Oh, God.
half the objects in this fucking house.
Oh. Is this true?
That is reality.
Oh? Are you? If so, I mean, listen, I'm not here to judge. I met those hangers, okay? Wait, hold on. Did I also end up getting the love relationship with the hangers? Hold on. I can't check.
I just choose to forgive you because I love you so much. And you repay me by cheating
No.
on me and calling me crazy.
That's why we have the, as I point up here, the abusive and toxic relationship warning. Because these two are not in a good relationship.
He thinks I'm the wrong one here when all I've ever done is love him.
You are actively, what's a good way of putting it? Loving him isn't the problem. Trying to control him is the problem.
That isn't love.
Mm-hmm.
Tell him. Tell her.
You're both wrong and also Okay. So here's the thing. I'm kind of on Dirk's side. He's doing it a bad way. He's right, but doing it wrong. So he's right in the sense of like, hey, I'm trying to tell you I'm not cheating on you. And she's just like, well, you have to be. Why else wouldn't you want to spend time with me, right? Like, very controlling, very limiting, very much like needing to constantly be the source of everything. And Dirk is just like, I just need to get away from you. It's like, why else would you want to get away from me if not to just cheat on me, right? Harper is definitely in the wrong. Dirk I'm like wanting to get away from the relationship. Like, that's bad in the sense of like it's a bad sign. I think it's good to, when you're in a relationship, it's really good to make sure that you have you time. Like, there are people who are in relationships where they just live in different domiciles. They just live in different houses. And then, like, you know, just they see each other daily or however often that they feel comfortable in doing so, where they have their own life and their own situation, and then they come together. And then they come together. Sorry. But, like, it's good to have your own space. And it's important to have your own space. The fact, I kind of want to say you're both wrong on Unhinged. I'm definitely not saying Harper you're wrong. Or sorry, Dirk you're wrong. I do not think Dirk is wrong. I think you are both wrong is the best option, because it's like, hey, Dirk, you're right, but you're literally just yelling at somebody. That's all you're doing. Like, you are putting words in her mouth and yelling at her. That's the wrong part. And then Harper, you're kind of just wrong all the way through. You're both wrong and also Unhinged.
No, fuck off with that both sides shit.
Can you believe this, Turkey?
Don't team up on this. No. Don't make this me being the source of your hatred now.
I can't believe either of us thought you knew anything about anything.
Y'all, I'll get a hose.
Just leave us alone.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
Dirk takes Harper's hands and looks deeply into her eyes.
Uh-huh.
Nobody talks to my baby like that.
Oh, God.
Oh, Turkey.
Dirk leans down to kiss Harper, who sighs and twines her arms around his neck. The two of them pay you no mind whatsoever. When Dirk finally speaks, he doesn't even look at you.
Get out of here. I want to be alone with Harper.
Oh, Turkey.
The fuck? Why the fuck am I here? I should just replace it with a plushie at this point, and then it just says, like, there's just a little post-it note with, like, a little tape on that that says both of you are wrong. There we go. Fixes the let me check. Let me check the, where are the hangers? That's Sinclair, Stefan, Luke Nukem. We need a Tishy. God, if there was this is the rubber duck, by the way. Tyrell, we accidentally romanced him. FYI. Apparently supporting someone's dreams mean that you're in love. Who would have thought? Hanks. Alright. The Hanks. So, we're right here. So, let's
House homie! Welcome back to the Adrenaline Den!
Hank 4 needs to calm down. Once you see when he starts talking, it's kind of nuts. It's great to be back.
And it is our pleasure to welcome you back.
All right, relax, Hank 5.
Our pleasure for sure.
Hank 3, I swear to God, I will get the hose.
Hey, what do you think of the new brand name? We just named it. Do you like it? Is
Yeah.
it in a mood?
Yeah, it's good.
It came to us in a dream.
Is it also the night? Hey, listen, that nightmare is. I'm in the process of trying to befriend them. All right, so calm your horses.
You were there too, but you were wearing a lot less.
Hank 3, I swear to God. Why Adrenaline Den?
It's an epic haven for thrill seekers, a sanctuary for those amigos living life on the edge.
Uh-huh.
A place to relax and recharge after an eventful day riding the slopes of the stairs or the waves of the bathtub.
Uh-huh. Why are there waves in a bathtub?
Or down the chimney.
Or that.
So, if you're looking for a comfy pad to crash, with some extra comfy bodies.
I'm gonna find a hose.
Hang with us at the Adrenaline Den.
Love it. Let's franchise it.
Hell yeah! Anyway, give us 2 minutes, would you? You
Sure.
caught us right in the middle of visualizing success.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize this. Y'all follow the secret.
And some other slightly naughtier imagery.
Hank 3, I will put you in the dryer.
We sit and do it for 37 minutes every day.
Do what for 37 minutes every day?
Tight, Broseph! Ah, meditation!
All right, my guy. What do you visualize?
We're mentally rehearsing today's adventure.
Cool.
Imagining executing each maneuver with flawless precision.
Okay.
Visualize to realize.
They're so... just the deepest of sighs. Having the greatest mental image of normal clothes hangers just flinging down the stairs to see most of the bottom of the tub. Right? Honestly, it's really funny, isn't it? It's just like, yeah, we're totally doing it, and then zooms out in hyper-realistic view of just a hanger and a bathtub full of water, and you just like the ripples of the water just showing like just a single hanger just laying in there. They're like, radical.
We're going windsurfing.
Oh, okay. Where did y'all get those glasses?
Hey.
Hank 2 is so anxious. Really? That what's that?
Oh man, it's so gnarly.
Uh-huh.
We're gonna bring our sailboards down from the bathroom.
Okay.
Ask Jean Lou to hit a flush.
John Lou. Is that the toilet?
And let her rip.
Oh, the first thing you've said that hasn't been horny. I'm proud of you, Hank 3. That's growth.
Boom! Instant sailboarding.
Okay.
Wicked.
All right. Sounds epic.
Oh, for sure. Honestly, it's also a little dangerous.
Hank 2, listen. It's okay if you don't want to do it.
But just the right amount of dangerous.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah.
So it is dangerous.
Listen, Red Bull always makes sure all of our adventures are exhilarating and epic.
What about safety?
And above all, safe.
There you go.
Always safe. Super safe, fam. No cap.
No cap? All right. Well, you said no cap, so you know we're all set.
Tell that to Hank number 6.
I thought they agreed not to mention Hank number 6 anymore. Wait, what happened to Hank number 6?
Nothing nefarious, if that's what you're asking.
I am asking. It's really doesn't sound like nothing.
Look, Hank number 6 just isn't around anymore, okay?
Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, Hank number 3 is a little dialed up horny. He needs to calm the fuck down.
He's gone. It's all good. Promise.
It sounds to me y'all are avoiding losing a bro by chasing thrills. Thrills are important, but not if you're using it as an like escape tool. Why isn't he around anymore?
Hey, homie. No offense, cause we think you got riz. But we can't have you hanging around if you're gonna be sowing discord in the team, you know?
I'm just asking what happened to your friend. If that's enough to cause discord.
You're sexy as hell, but we need to be in total harmony to pull off our epic stunts.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, enough about that.
Yeah, it sounds to me y'all, listen, you know what? If you're not comfortable talking about it, I shouldn't push it. But at the same time, don't turn that where it's my fault. It's like, oh, we can't talk about things that make us sad? It's like, oh, so you can't talk about anything sad? Well, that's a problem. Have y'all really not... Ruiner is so good. I'm really playing on easy and dying so many times. There's a girl in my head. She calls me Puppy. That's really funny.
What's important is, are you gonna be joining us on today's epic windsurfing act? Are you?
Yeah, I'll join you. Hell yeah.
Wicked tight. Just remember to stay low, feel the wind, and ride those waves.
Hey guys, that's a toilet. They're in a toilet, and they're windsurfing with a pair of underwear.
Ride 'em like you really mean it.
Hank 3, I will drown you in that toilet.
Let's go shred it up, dog.
If Hank 2 is down, then I think we're fine. Oh, I gotta have my coffee before bed for my night shift.
If you didn't have enough on your plate,
Oh, well,
here
never
comes
mind.
Lucinda Lavish.
Hey, Lavish, how you doing?
Come on, baby. Tell me what to do. Use me.
Where is the listless Lucinda Listless what was her name? The one that was like she wasn't used to the whole flirting thing not working, and then she actually had to be emotionally deep. I liked that one. Give me back that one. There's Lucinda tries that toilet. Lucinda Lou? I don't know. Can I change how after you're Lucinda Limitless. Sure.
You're right. There's no limit to me at all.
Now go away.
I really am the best dateable there is.
No. Brag, why don't you?
I will. I deserve it anyway.
Uh-huh.
You have supported me for a while now.
Uh-huh.
And even a goddess like myself needs to let her subjects know where they stand.
I don't like where that's going.
And you get an award of your own.
I'm concerned. All right, Alarian, thanks for stopping by. Please take care of yourself. I hope your headache gets better. I hope you feel better. I hope. Good luck. That's what I'll just say. Good luck to you. And good luck with your tests. I hope your other tests will turn out well as well. All right, what's the award?
Choose one and be limitless with me.
Best friend.
And the Lucinda goes to you.
Okay, cool. She's friends. Oh, God. Seriously, though, where was that first one? I actually like the listless one.
My friend, I will continue to seek out greater heights.
Well, I won't be around very much because there are so many more realms to conquer.
Oh, no,
My
please don't.
small mind cannot comprehend them.
Oh, man, please stop. No, that's so bad.
But who knows? Maybe you can find a way to bring me back permanently someday.
Oh, yeah, no, but I'm sure that's so difficult. So, like, it could take years. See you around, let's see the limitless. Well, can I still, no. I wanted to see the nightmare. Well, at least we don't have to, like, deal with that. Here we go. To sleep, Hongshu. Oh, do I just wake up like this? Can you imagine? Did I? Yeah, when you bump into objects, they make a noise. That's crazy. Should we? Oh, what didn't we like have a bathtub or something. Oh. Is this different? Alright, let's do the bathtub.
Most everything in your home is pretty standard. You may have inherited a lovely one, but it's not exactly what anyone would call luxurious.
Is this Britney Spears? Y'all hear this?
So when you find yourself bowled over by the nearly suffocating air of luxury and privilege in your bathroom, it's easy enough to pinpoint the source.
I'm concerned.
A beautiful stranger in
Okay.
a luxurious sun-lined bathrobe stands before you, resplendent in
Okay.
gold. Her hair and skin have a distinct shine to them, as though she'd just stepped out of the bath.
All
She
right.
strides forward, grabbing you by the arm.
Okay, a little forward.
Oh my god, it's about time you showed up.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was on a time limit
I
here.
ordered hours ago, and the pizza's free if you're late.
Oh. Do I look like I have pizza?
Wait a minute. Where's my pizza?
There you go. You got the first hint. Let's see if you can follow through. Pizza.
If you don't know what a pizza is, I'm not going to explain it to you.
Less to do with what is a pizza and more to do with what the hell are you talking about.
Man, you are not good at your job.
Well, here's I mean, that's honestly a pretty good thing because it's not my job.
She squints at you, looking you up and down.
Okay, take a picture. It lasts longer.
Wait. You look familiar.
Well, I do own the home.
Don't I know you?
Who? Probably not. I walk by you numerous times every day. This is my house.
Oh! Oh my god, that's you!
Huh.
She laughs, her entire demeanor changing.
Yeah, no. If you're gonna put on a mask because you think I actually have pull, we're about to have a bad time.
Cutie, it's about time you came to introduce yourself to the Queen of Clean.
Queen of Clean. Where's my damn shower?
Name's Bathsheba, though I'm sure you know that.
Nope. Not honestly. I got a hint from the water heater. You know,
Yes!
I was interested until you opened your mouth. It feels a little rude to say, but you know, it's true.
I don't know where my pizza is, but that's okay.
First of all, whose money are you spending to order pizza? Second of all, would the pizza also be a person? Are you eating a person? And if that's the case, are you a cannibal?
You're here now, so you can go get me one.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. Yeah,
Huh? Why not?
because I don't want to.
Do you want me to starve to death?
I mean, give it time.
Of course you don't. Well, fine. If you're not gonna feed me, maybe you can feed me. You got any good goss for me? Some nice hot tea?
You really need to work on your people skills. Can't you ask your friends for that? You need to work on your people skills.
Well, I'm not a people. Is it really my fault I don't have people skills?
You know, that's actually the first real thing that you said
Sounds
all
like
day.
It's your fault, people.
I wouldn't go that far.
All right. Since you're so unwilling to help little old me, you should use those people skills of yours to get me some friends who will.
I'd love to help.
Oh, goody! We'll start next time I see you then. And bring a gift next time, won't you?
Yeah, not happening.
Just good manners, you know.
Yeah, where's my gift? Okay. Hated that. Not a fan. First one, I was just like, hey, should I hate this one? Oh, I should probably also, we need to recharge. Ad break, and then we'll go to the next one. Ugh. So stretch, get some water. I need to honestly do both of those things, so I'll be back. All right, I'm back. Did you miss me? I'm just kidding. So what is it that we... Discord. Oh. He has an update for us. I'll wait. Oh, we can wait 1 minute. It's just you, me, in this brick wall of what was considered the screens that you've built between us. What can I say? I mean, it is what happens when you eat a bomb. I need to go back and rewatch a lot of 90s cartoons. I wish like on like our Sunday chill days, we could just watch Saturday morning cartoons, early Saturday morning cartoons. I wish that there was a way for us to be like legally be able to do that in a way where it's just like, hey, it's 20 years old. Like after 20 years, it's just free game. But fine. It's cool. God. Hello, welcome back. That's really early. Okay, welcome back, everybody. How are you doing? All right, we're gonna listen to Tinfoil Hat.
Unfortunate about Sandy and corporate events planning. She was responsible for all the best casual Friday themes. Now that she's gone, there's finally nothing left of the 7 pioneers.
What are you talking about? 7 pioneers?
Beginning, there were 7 of us, working out of David's dorm room, stealing Wi-Fi from the neighbors and using cardboard boxes for chairs. We had no idea we were
seems like a murder for
back support.
back
To design a more efficient paperclip. But then the money started flowing. Money always changes people.
Not always.
Too long for the 7 pioneers to be whittled down to 1.
You?
Not me. David, the CEO of Valdivian.
Oh.
Seems like you're not paying attention, but I suppose it can't be helped.
It's been a while, my guy.
And only message you sometimes.
Gotcha.
Indeed. And all this, the wretched soul-sucking corporate monster that Valdivian became, the pioneers never wanted that. One by one, they left, but I stayed.
Why did you stay?
I really believed David, the old David, was still in there somewhere. But when he wanted to use the Dateviators for military applications, I knew more drastic action was necessary.
How would it be useful in the military? Is it to interrogate information of like getting like, okay, cool, but if I got the nuclear codes by talking to like the head of whatever's tie, is it kind of like that? So you stole them?
I'm sorry, but there's no time. I'm using the display phone at a wireless store, and they closed 30 minutes ago. The sales associate is giving me the stink eye.
We talked for literally 3 minutes. How long have you been sitting there? Anyway. Alright, so who are we gonna talk to today? Oh. Okay, so hold on. Can I kinda... No, it's gonna bug me.
You've made some good friends inside here. I respect the hustle.
Thank you.
In my view, friendship is all about good boundaries. Right in between the dizzying heights of love and the minefield of hatred.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Dorian standing in your way is nothing new, but something about this time feels definitive.
Sorry, this one's locked.
Where does it go?
The attic.
Oh, why is it locked?
This is where you keep your lesser things. Memories, art, and other such nonsense. There's a safe in there as well, presumably full of treasures.
Right, can I...
You locked this door long ago. Years? Decades? Who can say?
Can I open it? Why did I do that?
Who can say? Until you find a key, I will remain locked.
Okay, good to know. The more you know. And the something, the more the merrier, half the battle. G.I. Joe. Isn't there... Don't we have an adventure with this guy? I feel like we have an adventure with this guy.
Here. The mantelpiece. No. We need to meet at the boxes.
So many of them. Just one of me.
Quality, not quantity.
Okay. Don't tell me that counted. Fuck. Alright, boxes. Oh, there's a gossip magazine. Ooh, a comfy blanket. We need to check out the comfy blanket. Game controller. That's probably. Why do I have a sneaking suspicion I'm not gonna like the game controller? Boxes. Bugaboo. Oh, no. The toxic relationship. We'll get it later. Where are the boxes? I'm thinking closet. Here we go. Boxes. You?
Darn. I have to map my way to the crawl space where our next quest awaits.
Uh-huh.
I found the plans to this domicile in one of my boxes, and I distinctly remember there being a trap door on the ground floor. If you can, scry the floor for openings wherever you might be able to find them. Touch stuff! Knock on stuff!
Uh-huh. I guess I'll keep touching stuff and or knocking on stuff.
Get all up in it!
I wouldn't use that phrasing. Oh, right. You're something, aren't you? Oh? Oh? Why didn't you tell me? Water heater? What the hell? Key. Can I? Oh, I can talk to the key. All right, this is a tomorrow thing. Because I want to talk to the key, and I also want to talk to... I don't know what that is. Canister? Caffeine. 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 Caffeine! Hello.
Box, the home for all your coffee needs.
Nice to see you again.
Kopi gives you an awkward smile, fidgeting with her coffee implements. She keeps looking at you as though she was searching for something.
What you looking at?
Well, it's nice to see you too.
Do you not remember me or?
That's right.
Copy, I'm the only one who lives here and gets coffee. Who else are you confusing me with?
Snaps her fingers, realization striking.
Uh-huh.
We had a little chat last time, didn't we?
Yes. You could call that. We did.
Well, thanks for coming back. I do appreciate your patronage.
Uh-huh.
We actually have a new drink added to the menu since the last time you came in. So, what can I get for you today?
I wanted to hear the new whatever. An affogato?
Okay, no problem. One affogato? Order it.
Kopi flies into action.
I think the Irish one means there's alcohol, right?
Speed and skill.
All right. Here we go. One affogato. Enjoy.
Aw.
Is there anything you'd like to know about the affogato?
Sure. Why do they call it an affogato?
Well, for fun coffee, the name certainly backs it up.
Uh-huh.
In Italian, they call it affogato al caffè, which literally means drowned in coffee.
Are you gonna drown me?
So, affogato means drowned.
Honestly, kind of metal.
That's the way it's made after all. Drown it in espresso.
Sounds like a delicious drowning.
Don't get lost in it. We'll see you next time.
Okay. I like the idea of like that whole thing happens and then it's just instant, like instant coffee, and it just tastes exactly the same every time. Time for coffee. Time to meet our nightmare.
You've come to expect Nightmare's unsettling presence,
but
there's no getting used to the shivers her gaze sends down your spine.
Oh, right. This has horror warnings, just FYI. I don't know which ones, just in general horror.
She doesn't even bother greeting you this time, launching into your nightmare with no fanfare whatsoever.
Oh, okay. No foreplay, but whatever.
Wake up to the sound of a crash. You're supposed to be home alone, aren't you?
Yeah.
When you rise to wander the house, it's dark.
No lights?
The light switch doesn't work.
Oh.
You feel your way through the house as your eyes adjust to the silhouettes of the furniture in the dark. There isn't even light from the street lamp outside.
Oh, wow. Whole blackout, huh?
A shadow bigger than you moves across the living room towards the bathroom.
Oh.
Every cell in your body is screaming to turn the other way, to head for the front door.
But what if it's like a really, really cute animal, though?
But you still follow the shadow to the bathroom.
No, exactly. Why'd I do that?
It's the only room in the house with a light on. It's almost too bright.
Look at the top left. Oh, you don't see it because of the toxic trait. There's eyeballs here. Here, I'll boop. See? Up on the top left.
You can hear the scuttling inside. The sound of feet on tile or of nails on ceramic. You're not sure. Turn the corner and see a figure hunched in front of the sink.
Is it me?
They look familiar.
Is it me?
They slowly stand up straight, and you realize they're much bigger than you.
Is it me?
The mirror in front of them is shattered. Shards of glass litter the counter and floor.
Hey, I think we were supposed to talk to that mirror.
They turn around and you realize who it is.
Who is it?
It's you.
Oh, it is me! It's me!
A version of you. Anyway.
Well, there's so many things that are considered versions of me. Mama Dodo is, technically.
They're different than you are.
No.
They're taller, more defined, with smooth, glowing skin, and not a hair out of place.
What are they, a vampire?
A perfect version.
Gross.
They're you, if you'd never fail.
Oh, right. We talked about failure last time.
If you had all of the success, all of the healthy habits, the perfect life. You take a step back as you gaze up at them.
Listen, I have a fear of failure. I don't abide by perfection. I just put it in a different way, aka good enough, which it doesn't actually exist. But I'm not afraid of like, oh my god, a perfect version of me. Oh, I'm quicker in my boots. It's more like, it's kind of the opposite. If instead of showing me of like, oh, there's a perfect version of me, oh my god, aren't they beautiful, if only you didn't fail, it's the other way where it's like, this is you if you continue down your path and it's just me homeless in a box. That to me is more my flavor of fear of failure, of just like a waste of a life away kind of vibe. That would get under my skin a bit. This, not so much. I don't. There will always be versions of me that'll be more perfect to me than I currently am. That's to be expected.
There's no warmth. There's no flicker of recognition when their eyes meet yours.
Well, that seems I'm kind of a better person if there's no warmth in my eyes.
There's an ominous and unsettling aura to them, an intensity in their eyes that frightens you. Your eyes trail down, and you see them holding a shard of the mirror.
Well, I'm glad that was going in that direction and not the other direction.
The grip is so tight around the glass. Their blood, your blood, is trailing down their arm and onto the floor.
Gross. You know, like, I don't know what kind of disease this guy has. I imagine if there is a successful and blah, 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 who knows how many romantic partners they've had, which means who knows what kind of diseases they're kind of, you know what I mean? So, if you could clean that up, that'd be great.
They are unrelenting. where you are understanding, driven, where you start to slack.
Uh-huh.
They know what has to be done and are willing to do it.
Okay. It sounds like an evil version of me.
You're dead weight, they say, in an eerily perfect voice.
Okay, that statement's pretty effective. I will admit that's effective.
You're not sure what they mean.
I mean, I kind of get what they mean.
You feel like you should run, but you're frozen in place.
Well, I mean, I'm in a nightmare.
They place their hand on your shoulder, and it feels like the weight of the world.
That one's real.
Your knees buckle, and you feel as though you're going to fall, but they curl their fingers, holding you up by your arm.
Uh-huh.
See, they say, dead weight. You're holding me back.
Probably.
You know what they're going to do before they do it, but you're helpless.
Let me guess. Let me go.
Press the shard of glass between two of your ribs.
Oh, right. The shard of glass. Right.
You feel cold air leave your lungs as they release you.
Cold
You
air.
crumple to the floor.
Uh-huh. All right. I get your point.
Oh, you do? What do you think the point is?
That the perfect me wouldn't be me anymore? That failure is stupid, and so is the whole dream. No.
That's exactly it. If you'd never fail, you'd never be the person you are now.
That's true.
You wouldn't have any empathy for people and what they go through.
I mean, that's not true. Sure, I would be a different person, so to speak, but it doesn't mean I would be worse. It doesn't mean that, like, oh, the reason that I'm empathetic is because I struggled. It's like, that's not necessarily true. I was empathetic before I knew of struggle, or at least I don't think I was, or I think I was. At least from what I know of from my childhood. AKA the guy who befriended the school bully. Like, I'm a lot more, I wouldn't say worldly, but I'm a lot less naive because of what I experienced. So there's some naivety that would probably still existed. I think perfectly, I feel like it's hard to connect with people. Yes and no. I think there's, as long as you have enough humility of understanding of if you do everything perfectly, a lot of that has to do with luck. As long as they don't believe it's solely through their own effort and not due to luck at all, then you get into some kind of arrogance where you can't connect with people. But I think as long as you understand that there's a lot that goes outside of people's control, then, you know, but I guess I personally have never had issues thinking of outside perspectives. So even though if I didn't struggle in a particular way, it is not a struggle to put myself in those shoes. But who's to say which one of my struggles did that, you know? So actually, you want to know a funny little Idealist lore? Not even Idealist the character, Idealist the streamer lore. Yo boy, and this is also to show how naive I was. I remember sitting in the backyard of when I lived in Colorado, and I remember it was like a beautiful, I want to say it was like either summer or spring, and I was just kind of sitting out there in the backyard minding my own business, and for whatever reason I wanted to pray. I don't remember being that religious, but I do remember praying a few times. And I remember praying that I wanted to struggle so I would be a good person. I remember that. And then life was just like, oh, no, don't worry. We got you. Because for whatever reason, I got it in my head that in order to be a good person, you have to struggle. So I guess that's also what this nightmare was saying, right? If you don't fail and you don't struggle, then you don't grow. You don't really become a person. life is in the challenge, so to speak. I think I was like 6 or 8. I want to say maybe 7. That might have been 7.
Failure is a part of growth, my dear.
It is. I suppose.
Perfection isn't real, but you're real.
Well, Dodo on the internet. So, you know, at least a few degrees more real.
And you deserve compassion and understanding, even when you fail.
Listen, I'm here to give other people therapy. I'm not here for therapy.
Now get some rest. You deserve it.
Thank you, Nightmare. Here's a tip. Nice lady. Anyway. Crawl space, 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 crawl space. Water heater.
You keep coming in here looking for me. I'm starting to think you like talking to me or something.
Oh God, imagine that. Maybe so.
Trying to play it coy. I'll say it works for you.
Thank you.
Look, I know I've been telling you about that couple that lived here before.
Yeah.
Well, I want to tell you why they moved out. Is that all right?
Yeah, it could be something to do with the liked pictures. Story time with you was always great.
Now, let me start by saying these two people really loved each other.
I mean, I hope so.
But what happened next really shook things up for me.
Did he like one more picture?
They had a birthday party here. I was working double duty that day.
Yeah, I bet.
It was what I would call a barn burner. I mean, they went on late into the night.
Mm-hmm.
The music was great. Everyone was having a good time.
Mm-hmm.
But then someone turned on the shower. I thought it was just those lovely tenants just wanting to be clean after the shindig.
Is it the guy cheating on the girl?
I
or?
heard their voices, but then I heard another.
Mm-hmm. A third voice.
And it was a long shower, too. But that ain't the point.
Uh-huh.
The point is, after that, the arguing started picking up.
Right.
I heard a name get tossed around that I ain't heard before.
Mm-hmm.
And then one day, when they were down here by my closet door, they started fussing and fighting.
Mm-hmm.
Then a question was asked.
Yep.
Who do you love more, them or me?
Right. Oh no.
That's not where things went downhill. The response they got was, can't I love you both?
What happened then?
There was no response. That was a silence thicker than molasses on a cold day.
That's really thick.
Their shared showers were stopped. Within 2 weeks, they were packing boxes and getting ready to move out.
Yeah. This is why it's important to communicate with your partner and why it's always tricky to introduce someone new unless you... That's why it's good to have these kind of conversations and also boundaries in place beforehand. If you do introduce somebody, what is it that you are and are not allowed? You also want to make sure... and this isn't just like from the perspective of the person who is not being like participating. Like you need like the relationship with the original person or the first person still very much needs to be maintained in a healthy way. And I have a feeling that a lot of times that when it comes to introducing a new person in a relationship like this, where it's like you're just kind of introducing them, is that it tends to be very one-sided. And also like it like all the energy and effort goes into the new relationship because that's new and exciting and interesting, etc. And then the other person feels left out. Like you really want to make sure that like that you're doing it in a way where the person doesn't feel like they're being a third wheel in their own relationship. So this could have easily just been one of those things where it's like, okay, is everyone comfortable with the situation at hand, and one of these people felt like they were being left out, and the other person was just like, well, why can't I just have you both? And it's like, no, you're at that point you're essentially asking for your cake and eating it too, kind of thing, where it's like, I want to keep both of you around even though you're miserable, and that's selfish. It's such a sad story.
I know. It broke my heart to watch it happen. Oh, I really wish they could have worked it out.
There's no way a person can't love more than one person. I wish they would have talked about their feelings more. I think you can love more than one person. It just takes more work. I think you can love more than love more. It just takes more work.
Winifred's eyebrows raise, her expression a mix of surprise and appreciation. She looks at you in a way that makes you feel like she's just seeing you for the first time.
You really feel that way?
Yeah.
Well, that's just... I appreciate you saying that.
I mean, Winifred, I don't know if you think you're slick, but it's really obvious that that's what you've been kind of struggling with. The idea of loving more than one person and how to handle that. And that's very much of just, you need to let everyone know about everyone that's being involved, and then being like, okay, how do we feel about this? Like, it sounds really like not romantic in any way, shape, or form, but a lot of the things about maintaining that kind of stuff I'm not saying make a contract, but I'm also not saying that either. You know what I mean? Just like rules and boundaries of like, cool, what are your expectations? And this is a good discussion of like, what are your expectations of being in the relationship? Because there's a lot of different relationships and a lot of expectations in different relationships. And different people have different expectations. Different cultures have different expectations. Like, even to the, like, just look at the example of the first date. What is the expectation of the first date? There's so many layers. Where you go, what you wear, who's paying for it. Like, is this the time where it was like, what kind of questions do you ask? There are so many. There's so many nuances as far as how to approach things just from the first date, let alone trying to introducing new people to a relationship. The reason it's complicated is because people are complicated. And it's adding, like, just like anything else where everyone has likes and dislikes and needs and desires, it's meeting all of those the best you can and adding a new person with a new set of all of that. It's a lot. It's a lot of work, but it can happen as long as there's enough synergy, I guess. I don't like throwing like nomenclature here, but synergy is like, okay, cool, is this new person vibe with the rest of us? I guess vibe is a better term for it, but like, girl, if you like more than one person, then it's okay. I think it's important to be honest and communicative, but be open to the fact that it may not work. But to move forward and being true to yourself, everyone owes to themselves that feeling, to be honest with how they feel, and to move forward with trying to go for the like your happiness. And then if things don't turn out the way you want, well, that's kind of just life. But it's better than a imaginary in between of what could be, you know?
You know, I've got some thinking to do. You mind coming around some other time?
Not at all.
I appreciate you as always, darling.
Bye, Winifred. I hope you have fun. I can date this ladder. All right. Good to know, I guess. All right. Okay, so we have a couple of things here. We have a mousetrap that we can say hi to. We have a ladder. We have a key. And we have whatever the frick that is. Do we have anything else? Foundations. All right. Key time. Let's do key first.
You're not sure what you expected to find in the crawl space, but it certainly wasn't this well-dressed, regal figure.
Oh. Hello, sir.
He seems quite stunned by your arrival, but the moment you liberate him from his underground prison, he comes alive with joy and gratitude.
It would be really funny if he ended up being a vampire.
Ah, fresh air. It has been far too long.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. You're welcome.
I have been trapped within that accursed crawl space for so long that I don't even know how long it was.
Well, what year was it?
Time lost all meaning under there.
Again, what year was it?
But never mind that now.
All right.
I am Keith, and I owe you.
Oh my! I thought that was a gun. That would have been so funny. It was just like, all right, I owe you some gratitude. Give me all your money. Just get mugged by the key in the crawl space. It's like, all right, give me everything that's in your pockets. It's like, I thought I started to see why you were in the crawl space. All right, how you doing, Keith? Does that mean I can't pick you up, like physically? So I can open the door?
My content aware is going off.
Uh-oh. With this old man, I'm concerned.
Keith, the skeleton key has a bit of a personality quirk that I would like to warn you about.
Is it gaslighting?
But I also don't want to ruin the surprise.
Uh-huh.
So I'll ask you, would you like to have the dramatic effect? Or would you rather know from the start?
I don't know. Listen, okay. I'm gonna say dramatic effect. Usually they're on the up and up on like the real raunchy stuff that we need to worry about. I say we move forward without knowing. A little bit of risk. If I'm fine with editing the VOD if I have to. Or is just not. I don't even make money on YouTube right now. It don't matter. Okay, I'll be fine for the ride. Let's continue.
You got it.
Please tell me.
Is this like Mr. Jekyll and Dr. Hyde kind of deal?
That I can help you with.
I'm actually looking for a way to get into the attic. Do you know where I'd find it?
Do I have some good news for you? I am in fact a skeleton key. I can unlock just about anything with a keyhole in this house.
Interesting. So, question. Hey, Osteroraptor, how you doing? So he's a skeleton key. Does that mean he is a skeleton? Well, I mean, I guess we're all skeletons in our own way. Except us fossilized individuals. I guess technically they're not skeletons anymore. They're more rock imprints.
And a few things without keyholes besides.
Oh, what? How do you unlock things without keyholes, Keith? Sounds very useful to have.
I am nothing if not full of surprising talents.
Well, apparently the warning told me you had an extra surprise that I don't know anything about.
Dorian is giving you some trouble, eh? Nice to hear that some things haven't changed while I was gone.
Are you Dorian's, like... No. Partner?
Well, fear not. Dorian and I go way back.
Because here's the thing. I was going to say dad, because he's old. But I was like, no, it's a key going into a door. So if I were to put that into people terms, that's a very different kind of relationship than a father-son relationship. So I'm thinking maybe X? Maybe X?
We were practically made for each other, he and I.
Ooh, I'm getting X vibes.
If you'll allow me the briefest intrusion into your pocket, I'll gladly accompany you.
Don't do anything fishy? Uh-oh, I hope this... I swear to God, if it goes into SA territory and that it didn't, like, give me more of a heads up to that.
Without further ado, Keith leaps straight into your pocket.
Okay. Whoa. Okay, cool. Anyway, let's see what you are.
You see a concerned face peeking through what might be a cryogenic tube.
What?
Tape both sticky and cassette.
It is a time capsule. We made 2 of these.
And begins to speak.
Is these? Do they have cassette? Oh, the cassette ribbons in the hair. Oh, that's so cute.
Yes, this is choice. I am officially found.
Hello. What am I looking at here? Oh, a time capsule. Neat.
You got it, compadre. Hey, mind letting me out of this thing?
Oh, so we're not talking to the time capsule. Why wouldn't the time capsule be a person? Wait a minute. So you're the thing, right? But also trapped inside the thing? If I let you out, are you going to cease to be, like, dematerialize or something? Can you see me through the window?
Yup, I am both in and of the time capsule you now possess. Pretty rad, huh?
So is this like Schrodinger's cat? If I let you out of the box, is there a 50-50 chance you'll be alive or dead? And as soon as I know, you'll cease to be? Totally, I guess I'll let you out.
The stranger who stands before you,
I thought he was in his unaware, and I was like, oh my god.
A given form, an assortment of 80s memorabilia sculpted into a well-muscled male figure.
Scrunchies, say a floppy disk. I was about to say save icon. Idealist, you're better than that. Floppy disk. Night Bright. Night Bright was 80s? I thought that was early night. It could have been late 80s. Cassette tapes, VHSs, Blockbuster? Maybe? Is that a Rubik's Cube? There are no explicit content to worry about. The Keith warning, by the way. Well, good. Good to know. Thank you, Estrella.
Yeah, I'm free. The 80s is surviving and thriving.
I wouldn't go that far, my guy.
Oh, yeah.
Although his cassette tape ribbon obscures much of his face, you can still make out a friendly expression and handsome features.
Uh-huh, sure. Wait, I thought you were a time capsule.
Well, yes and no. Think of me as the essence of what's inside that time capsule.
Uh-huh.
The 80s personified.
How did they put the actual decade at a time capsule?
Pulls an electric guitar from somewhere.
Where?
A very loud and intense note as he strikes a pose.
Oh, good thing this is not a visual thing. Oh, nope, there it is.
Don't think too hard about it at all. 80s fever reigns.
Is that, I remember this guy in Super Smash Bros. Melee. What was his name? He used to flip bacon. He was 2-dimensional. He also had a hammer that if you get a 9, he would like insta-kill somebody. Mr. Game & Watch? So is that Game & Watch?
Yo.
Hey, Bodhi Windbreaker, can you put like longer pants on? Or is that asking too much? I love the 80s. Oh, it was in the 1980s? I don't know much about it other than retro media. I wasn't even born yet. Okay, let's do I love the 80s.
Oh, heck yeah, compadre. The 80s
Excuse me.
love you back.
It's spring.
But first, I need a minute to decompress, if you know what I mean.
Do you need like a sauna? Because you were sealed in the tube?
Totally.
Tubular.
Nice reference, pal. Totally topical.
Thank you.
Now you're getting it.
I try. I missed the decade by like 2 years, so like whatever. Anything else you need?
Nah, I might bop around the house a bit if that's cool.
Yeah. All right, get some. There's a lot of tube talk in the 80s, huh?
Huh. I guess so. Now that I'm like hearing it out loud. All right then, I'll be around just chilling like a villain.
Oh yeah, my guy. Can't wait to learn more where you come from. Sounds different.
I'll teach you the ways, Daniel-san.
Am I Daniel? You got it, Mr. Skiagi.
Oh, look at you, acing the class already.
I don't know.
You are gonna be a bodacious student. I can
Is that
tell.
Karate Kid reference?
Okie dokie, Smokey. Just gonna shut the peepers and recuperate.
Weren't you spending the whole time already asleep?
Later.
All right. Oh God. I swear, if there's gonna be a dead rat attached to this. Hopefully it's just cheese.
An unholy amalgam of rat and trap stands before you. He regards you as you do him, with surprise and disgust. He holds his hands up to his chest in a distinctly rodent-like gesture, his nose twitching at intervals.
Not gonna lie, this is not what I expected.
Holy frickin' shit!
Okay, all right, we are feeling very mutual.
What am I looking at here?
You and me both, my guy.
New face in the crawl space?
Yeah,
Are you real or what?
yeah, real. I mean, yeah, I mean, yeah, sure.
What's wrong with you?
I'm adjusting. Just dicking around. Looking for love in all the wrong crawl spaces.
You ain't gonna find it here. Hello, I'm Vaughn. I'm your rat trap.
Hey, Vaughn.
Bring in your little card. You'll see.
What? Card?
Hi, I'm Vaughn. I can't wait to love you or whatever the fuck.
All right. He's pretty funny.
Yeah, right there.
How you doing, Vaughn? How long you been down here?
Oh, a long time, Pally. A long freaking time.
Master Shake? Guys, I think this is the same voice actor as Master Shake in Teenage Mutant Hunger Force. I forget the title.
Whoa there. My content aware has given me a tickle. Vaughn is a rat trap. There's gonna be some content here about animal death.
Ooh, we have a warning for that. Let's turn that on. I'm fine with that. If y'all need to step away, I totally get it. I totally understand why you need to. We aren't gonna stay on this for too long, so feel free to check by every once in a while. But animal death, we have the warning on
And
now.
if that's something you don't want to hear or joke about, I'd recommend skipping. You cool with that, or you want to skip it?
I believe I am personally cool with it. But again, if this ain't your cup of tea, feel free to mute and or turn away for a little bit. But it's not like something that will stay for a significant amount of time. Now I'm okay with this kind of stuff.
On with the show.
You eyeballing me or something? I can feel your gaze. Lingering.
Actually, I'm not gay, but I appreciate the compliment. I don't remember ever setting a mousetrap.
Rat trap.
Sorry. I think if I had a rodent issue, I'd be more of a no-kill trap kind of person. So you're like a murderer or rat trap, sorry.
Thanks.
Vaughn stops for a moment, his nose twitching as he sniffs the air. He squints at you, suspicion in his gaze.
Hey.
Yes.
Buddy, you got cheese on you?
I might. What? Nope. Should I?
Shouldn't you? Shouldn't you?
I also thought peanut butter was more effective than cheese.
My crawl space and you got no cheese?
I didn't know you were down here. I didn't realize I should be prepped for it.
Frickin' schmuck.
Don't call me a schmuck. You're a schmuck.
You seem like the fancy outside of the crawl space sort.
You would be correct.
Is that right?
Well, considering I just got here, you are correct. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, that's what. Yes.
Well, I'll let you in on a little something.
Uh-huh.
Want to make a good impression?
Bring a present? Sure, why not?
Then you bring some frickin' cheese with you.
Uh-huh.
It's a life lesson for you too, kid, in a metaphorical sense.
All right, what is what is the metaphor for cheese
So
and
in this particular
not
instance,
cheese
I mean
situations?
it very literally.
Uh-huh.
Got cheese, baby.
Hey, listen, you say please.
Get some cheese, I start chatting, okay? You want to know more? Throw me a slice.
Cheese. Got it.
Check the fridge, slowpoke.
I got you. All right. I kind of want to check out this ladder. Let's check out the ladder. I also want to see the nightmare, but we could. I want to finish this area out.
Dorian is less clothed than the last time you saw him, But when your eyes meet, he doesn't seem the slightest bit embarrassed.
Uh-oh.
It's almost like he wants you to see him like this.
Uh-oh.
Oh, dear.
Uh-oh.
You've caught me in my horizontal state.
The fuck? Oh, trap Dorian. That's funny. So the trap door also includes the ladder.
I try to stay hidden under the rug because this isn't a part of myself that should be out in the open.
Uh-huh.
But even us doors have to cut loose from time to time.
All right, good for you, my guy. I'll pretend I didn't see anything.
Well, you could, but you don't have to.
Anyway. Listen, he wanted to be just friends. And I'm fine with us being just friends. But it's good to know, I guess, if it's just like, hey, let's go ahead and just... There we go. Can I, like, move this back? Oh, I could... I was gonna say seduce. I could talk to the rug. And into the bed. And we didn't take our coffee, so we're not gonna meet our nightmare. Wah, wah, wah. Oh, let's go ahead and turn off these warnings. Boop. Boop and boop. I'll turn them back on when we talk to them. Because until we do, I don't want to talk to the bathtub. I'm going to be so real with y'all. It's like, as far as... oh, right, key. Let's do this.
Dorian looms over you, arms crossed over his broad chest. He seems almost smug about blocking your way today.
My guy, I saw your trapdoor. Don't get smug with me.
Hello, mate. Let me give you a tip. When you see me with my arms crossed like this, it means you're not getting through.
Sure.
What might it take to uncross them, I wonder?
Keith? Is it really you?
Hello, old friend. It is me, all right.
Where on earth have you been?
Crawl space.
I've been tucked away with my thoughts, you might say.
So, didn't... Gosh, 64 streaks. That's crazy, Ratty. Yeah, you got here just in time. We were going to end, like, relatively soon. Good job. Good job. Did you have fun with your friends? Did you do anything fun?
I never knew why you left.
Aww.
I am so sorry I never said goodbye. I never had the chance.
Good. Good, I'm glad, Ratty.
Well, I've missed you.
Oh no, Dorian! Hell yeah! That's awesome.
I've missed you too, dearest Dorian.
Look, so cute! But of course a door and a key would be in a relationship.
And I am back to stay.
I got 2 more dinosaur books this week. Oh, please share the Discord.
Come here and give me a hug, won't you?
Oh, I forgot to say in the Discord that there wasn't movie night this week, but I think it's kind of obvious because it didn't say anything. I worked 4 night shifts in a row, so I didn't even have time to like do anything but sleep. So I didn't even think about doing anything else, so I apologize. Even today, I haven't slept, so I'm just like, we're just going through it.
I could never resist you.
Oh god.
Dorian and Keith curl their arms around each other, fitting together as perfectly as, well, a key and a lock.
Right.
And just like that, door is open.
That was brilliant.
He gets me every time.
Just a little game we play.
I can't keep him from anything he wants. He's my greatest weakness.
Aww.
And without you, I would have nothing to do.
Like him?
We fit together rather well.
Seems like there's some history here. Seems like there's some history here.
Well,
We may have given love a shot.
And how'd it go?
But it didn't really work out.
Honestly, that's so mature of y'all.
I prefer to cherish the fact that it led to our friendship.
See? See? Damn, if Valerian was still in here, I could at least point. Just because things don't work out, I also should have mentioned that I'm still friends with my ex. I probably should have mentioned that at least some point when I tell people about how that relationship ended. Because we ended on good terms. We were just different people. When we started the relationship, it was like 15 and 13 years old. And it ended 23 and 21. We were fundamentally different people by the end of that relationship. So, like, it ended amicably? That's the right word. So that's the kind of vibe here. It's just like, hey, you gave it a shot. Wasn't really fully compatible the way you needed. But, like, at the very least, they could remain friends.
Quite so.
A superior level of relationship, in our humble opinions.
Yeah! Hell yeah. I can't wait to see it already. I agree. Maybe we could be friends. Keith?
Why, I would love that.
Yeah!
I think we would do well together, you and I.
We're friends!
The treasure trove of friendship is open to us.
I got empathy, I think? Look, key! Haha, get it. Well, Keith, crack on it. I hope someday I can open you. Oh gosh, that's great. That's wild. Well, Keith, crack him on open.
It's already done.
So I bet you when we unlock more things, we'll unlock more things. I don't think that was the secret. Because there was the warning of like, hey, there's a big secret with him. Oh, what? Where's he going? What? Where is he going? What are you doing over here?
Hello, dear owner. It's nice to see you again.
This is fine, Kate. You don't need to call me owner.
Ah, but of course. Forgive me for my old-fashioned habits.
Oh, no worries.
Anyhow, I'm glad you dropped by.
Why? What's up?
Been here relaxing on Abel's broad back.
I don't think I've talked to Abel yet.
Convinced him to accept my presence.
Convinced me? Oh, Keith, you're more than welcome.
All right, Abel.
I'm lucky to have someone as wise and knowledgeable about the home history round.
I have words, but none of them come to mind.
You're too kind, Abel. He's wonderful, isn't he?
Yeah, he seems really nice.
It's been marvelous just to be out from under that rug.
Yeah, please, make yourself
Now
at home.
that I'm here, I'd love for us to get to know one another.
Uh-huh.
For my part, I am, as they say, an open book.
Yes.
Is there anything I can tell you about myself?
Yeah. How long were you under there, really?
I have asked myself the same question time and time again. Those were dark times, and I had plenty of opportunities to wonder at it. However, I've come to the conclusion that some questions may never be answered.
Can you at least give me, like, something that you saw around the time? Did you do something wrong? Did your previous owner lose you?
I suppose that's possible, but I doubt it. It would appear I was placed there intentionally. I myself have no recollection of the initial incident.
You must have been traumatized.
You're probably right, but no matter. I am here now. Anything else you'd like to know about me?
How old are you?
How old do you think I am?
50-something.
Do my gray hairs reveal so much? Well, so it is.
They might make you a real silver fox, to be honest.
Careful, or you'll make me blush beneath this beard.
It's so true. Listen. The gray streaks of hair and like, I think it's a good look. By the way, I think I mentioned this before. When I was recovering from burnout from my last job, the beard, like I had a gray streak under my chin, and just like this one gray streak under my chin, and I was like, that's really weird. Also, I'm in my like low 30s. Why am I getting gray in my in my beard hair? And then it disappeared after like I got to a healthier mental place, and I was like, that's crazy. hold on, I gotta see these dino pics. Wait a minute. Wait. Oh, look at it. Encyclopedia of Dinosaur. Okay. Why is that raptor on the bottom so freaky? He's like, freaky dinosaur. Amazing Book of Dinosaurs. That's the kind of shit that I would have gotten as a kid. 100%. Got a number of crazy. I'm also in the low 30s. Yeah. Like, honestly, but it's a good look. How long did it take you to recover from the burnout? I'm still not fully recovered from the burnout. At least my first one. My first one was really, really bad. And I'm still recovering. And that was like 6 years ago. But my last job burnout, I earned them all. Hell yeah, Strala. Hell yeah. Listen, it's a good look. It's a good look to have some gray streaks. And plus, like, I'm a sucker for like white, like, you know when super young people like dye their hair white. It's a good look. Or like white streaks. I like it. It's good. It's apparently this book was published in 2013. It looks like for the 90s. It does. But as far as the last one, like, I don't know if I fully recovered. Well, it's hard to say what I recovered when I recovered from my previous job's burnout, because I immediately started doing this to varying degrees of success. So I don't know if part of the recovery of the burnout is completely going in a different direction professionally and trying to chase your dreams for the first time out of just a mixture of deep-seated frustration and artistic exhaustion. So who's to say? Oh gosh, careful, you'll make me blush beneath the spear.
You'd like to know about me?
I think, how about, that'll be it.
Yes.
Anything for me?
Hopefully I'll get to know a lot about you in the future.
Yeah.
For starters, how about a few basics, eh?
I thought he was going to say babies, and I was like, excuse me.
Like, do you prefer blondes, brunettes, or something else?
Interesting. Also, fun fact, no thesaurus means false lizard. Not a saurus. This is not a dinosaur. And it's like, all right, I'll call it not a saurus then. Tackle my grad school burnout by finishing publishing a book. See, Estrella, you get it. You get it. See, I didn't learn that lesson till way too late. I desperately need an artistic outlet. Fundamentally as a person. I sacrificed that a long time ago, and I've been relearning how to do that ever since. I don't have a preference.
Open-minded.
I straight up do not have a preference for hair. I think redheads are cute, blondes are cute, brunettes are cute, black hair is cute. Hair in general, even like really short hair, or even like some people could really pull off bald. Like, I don't really have a whole lot of preference for hair. It's not really much of a thing. Now, what I will say about hair, though, I do have a lot of recognition from hair. AKA, if you change your hairstyle big enough, I won't recognize you for like a hot minute. So, like, though it's not part of the whole attraction part, it is part of the whole identification. So it's like, don't go too changing up on me often, or else I'm just gonna not recognize you in public.
All right. How about another question? Do you believe in destiny?
That's a good fucking question. Do I believe in destiny. I think destiny... I guess a part of me does. Because there's a certain level of weight when it comes to being at the right place at the right time. There's weight to... There's no such thing as coincidences. There's weight to patterns. There's weight to all these kind of stuff. I don't think it's to the extent of either or, where it's like it's either you have absolute no control or you have absolute control. I think instead it's kind of like you have specific moments in your life that kind of just test the waters in a weird way. It's kind of like you'll meet certain people or a certain thing happens in your life, and it's kind of like a decision moment in an RPG. You know what I mean? Where it's kind of like most of the RPG things just kind of happen in the background, and then you just have these moments, or you meet these people where it's like, okay, this is an opportunity for your life to kind of switch gears a bit. And I think those particular moments, though not predestined, is predictable via the complexities of math and physics and all that other kind of fun stuff, and the way that dominoes of just cause and effect may turn out. But it shifts and changes every single time due to free will and the one's actions and the way that you choose to address it. So to be like, oh, this is fate, it was fate for us to meet, I think instead it's just more or less like you were given an opportunity. I think fate and destiny is more of a way of saying this moment is stronger than all the others, than it is it was this moment that my life led to. So, of these two, I'm going to say the future is open for me to decide.
Wonderful. Open is how we like things around here. What else do I want to know?
All right, let's see here. What else did you post? What else did you post? What else did you post? Oh, look at this Apatosaurus! Oh God, he has some chompers. Oh, look at them! The sails. Oh, the coloring. The coloring of those dinos are so good. Oh, love it. Love it. Hold on, I saw you just posted. I saw it. That Patchy is looks crazy.
Do you think of yourself as traditional or open-minded?
Open-minded. No, open-minded.
That is how you stay young, you know. How about just one more question for now?
Uh-huh.
Forgive me for the boldness, but where do you keep your cash?
Was I kind of right with this whole thing being a gun and I'm going to, like, actually get robbed by this man? And that he is actually a, like, high-level, like, thief in the night? Like I'm gonna tell you.
Brilliant! Now, as you know, I am a master of opening things up. But
right.
I am equally a master of locking things shut.
Hey, Ra, welcome in. Thank you again for the resub, especially for 3 months. I appreciate the support. How are you doing on this fine day? And do I even want to know? Do I even want to know what the Trudon is? Oh, yeah, there it is. The freaky eye. The freaky eye dino.
You've just passed a test of mine to ensure you're keeping your secrets safe.
I'm good, doing good. I am currently completely lack of sleep after 4 nights in a row of working night shifts back to back. It's not really in a row. It was Tuesday night, Monday night, Thursday night, Friday night, aka into today, and I haven't slept. Oh, also, I don't think y'all were here when I told this story. A weird glitch in the Matrix happened, and I still do not understand what happened. So as I was setting things up for the stream today, I felt water drop on my foot under my desk, and I was like, oh no, something spilled on, like, that's where my power and everything is. If that gets wet, there goes my entire system, right? And so, but it was only like a little bit of water. It wasn't like in crazy amount of water, and I was like, okay. And then the panic kind of subsided just a little bit for my rest of my brain to catch up, and I was looking at the table, and I was like, there's nothing on my workspace that would make water. So then I'm like, okay, so it wasn't like a cup, so what could it be? And I was like, okay, well, I have a standing desk, so maybe it's the hydraulics, because I can go from like standing up or sitting down. So I was like, oh, did the seal like crack or something, and then like the liquid from the hydraulics got like is leaking out or something? And but so I looked, and it looked like it was kind of dripping from it, but then I saw it was coming from further up, and it was coming from the crack under, like, in the middle of my desk. So it was coming from on my desk, and I was like, but there's nothing on there. And I moved it, and it was coming from underneath my keyboard. And there's a wet spot underneath my keyboard that was apparently so much that it dripped on my foot. But there was nothing there to then spill. I still have no idea what it was. So my keyboard just leaked water for no reason before I started today. So that's the freak Matrix situation that I had to deal with. So that was super fun. Also, OBS broke my transitions, so I don't know what's happening there. So there's a solid chance that there won't be any bumps when we end stream today. But let's finish talking to this. We should probably at least end the day.
Well done.
Thank you.
For the record, you are to keep it in the safe, just in case.
Yeah. I'll never keep it like a sock drawer or anything. Good call. I'll move it in there now.
Better in the safe than sorry.
Oh, that's so funny.
I must say that with age comes a need to manage energy more efficiently.
Yeah, amen, brother.
I am feeling a bit tired. I'll need to rest.
Have a good one, Keith. Of course.
Anyhow, I hope you'll come and see me soon.
Yeah.
There's much that I can tell you.
Yes.
Things that will prove quite valuable to you, I think.
I'm so excited to see what secrets he has. All right, let's talk to things. Oh, spiderweb. Oh, I thought that would be cool. Dead plant. Oh, do I want to? Am I just gonna feel bad? All right, so box. Safe. Should we talk to the safe? Let's talk to the safe.
A leather-clad dominatrix stares you down, radiating disdain. She looks at you like you're the dirt beneath her feet.
Why is the safe a dominatrix? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Hello, you pathetic, worthless little wretch.
No. It's how I know I'm not a bottom, guys. It's how I know. This borderline gets just like, who the fuck are you? Listen, I respect it. I respect anyone who likes this. I get it. It's fine. It's great. It's just not me. It's just not me. It's very, all it does is just like, who are you? Who are you to talk to me like this? Get the hell out of here. All right.
Disgusting, you worm.
No. Is there a... Yep.
My content aware has given me a tickle.
A tickle, huh? Literally described as a dominatrix. A tickle?
Sophia here is a dominatrix, and she's gonna put you in some pretty dominating scenarios.
Uh-huh.
You cool with that? Or you want to skip it?
So here's the thing. I'm not... It does nothing for me. But if anything, it makes me stand my ground. But I'm also not, like, against showing it. Not to the extent of... hopefully it doesn't get too... explicit. As long as it's not getting into explicit, it's kind of whatever. It's just kind of like whatever I need to, but I just skipping I think skipping it should only be a thing if I'm worried about content explicit issues. Otherwise, we should experience new things. For all I know, I don't know, maybe who knows, you know? All right, let's wave it through.
I'm with the shop. I do not recall asking anyone for your presence.
Yeah, no, talking to people, communicating, that can happen.
Indulge me. What gives you the misguided confidence to stand here before me, wasting my time?
Owning the house, mostly. In the safe. And what I'm going to put into the safe. Heck, I just like meeting new people.
How tedious.
You know what? That's fair. I don't know, I met some pretty cool people. Do you know Randy?
No. Luckily, I don't know Randy.
Why not?
Listen, wretch.
Do you just not like people? I mean, I get it, but like...
We obviously haven't met before, so I want to be clear.
Uh-huh.
Going forward, you will address me as Mistress, if you wish to continue this conversation.
I mean, I guess it's like giving someone a nickname or have preferred pronouns. So I guess I'll deal with it. Fine, I guess. I guess, mistress.
Your groveling is lackluster.
Well, that's because I'm not groveling, so that would do it.
I'll mold you into a compliant little toy yet.
No. No, I don't think you will. Unfortunately, I have the stubborn gene on both sides of my family, so like I'm extra stubborn.
Now I know what you're thinking.
I don't think you do.
Why would a perfectly successful safe like myself throw away her prosperous and fruitful career in the burgeoning vault industry to become a mistress to all the lost, pathetic, and broken creatures of this world?
Probably because you're like really into it. Am I in the ballpark here? It crossed my mind.
Tell me, wretch, do you know what a safe is good at?
Locking things up. Surviving house fires is really funny. Putting stuff into?
An acceptable, if asinine, answer.
Yeah, I've been described as such.
One thing a safe is good at, tantalizingly good at, is keeping things locked away.
Got you. Right, safe words. Exactly. Oh, safe words. Safe words with the safe, and yeah, okay. Honestly, that clicks a little more now.
Valuables, memories, and very often, secrets.
All right, see you, Reddy. Thanks for stopping by. I'm glad you had fun with your friends playing Minecraft, and thank you for sharing the dino pictures. Those are honestly a riot. I love it.
Deep, dark, very dirty secrets.
Is that what y'all keep your secrets in the damn safe? Why in the world would you, like, keep any kind of dirty secret in any physical media in that, unless you do digital media and then put it in the safe or something? Like, it just sounds like, hey, cool, incriminate me. Good thing I didn't delete and or burn anything that would get me into trouble, like, immediately? Like, why? So I could, am I gonna open the safe and then comb through it like some kind of weird twisted photo album and being like, yeah, this is where your mom and I had a foursome, and the kids are just like, oh my god. This is why we keep it in the safe.
The kind of secrets that everyone secretly longs for,
Mm.
aches for, but diligently keep hidden far from everyone, even if necessary, from themselves.
Are people like that? Is that a thing? Is that a human emotion? That's that a human thing? Some days, man.
Do you have any dirty little secrets like that, wretch?
No. I'm actually pretty open.
Perhaps. We'll see about that.
I think you're going to be very disappointed. You're all about locking it away and stuff like that, but if I'm liking it unlocked, it kind of puts a damper on your whole vibe.
You intrigue me, wretch, in the way a drowning kitten might intrigue a jaguar.
Are you the drowning kitten in this scenario, or are you the jaguar?
So sad, helpless, and ultimately pathetic.
I'm getting the inclination that I am in fact the kitten.
You possess a feebleness that instinctually repulses me.
Uh-huh.
Yet if I save you, you may prove yourself of use to me.
Use in what way, shape, or form?
The only question is, do I waste my precious time letting you serve me? Or do I leave you to drown in your own ineptitude?
What do you think I do all day? Ineptitude for what? For what? What am I doing? Honestly, I'm pretty cool with whatever. Whatever mistress wishes. Honestly, let's do whatever they asked me to. I don't like referring her in the third person, but honestly, I'm pretty cool with whatever.
So wishy-washy and non-committal. Like a spineless doormat.
No, you're just not really my
Your
vibe.
Weakness disgusts me. However, against my better judgment, and because things have been so frightfully boring
And
lately,
say that at least
I'll
then.
allow you the opportunity to serve me.
Oh, yeah,
You
that's
should
right.
count yourself extremely lucky.
Oh, wow. Look at me. Practically a leprechaun over here.
Not everyone is given such an incredible, life-altering opportunity.
If anything, I just want to learn what kind of... where you bought the audacity.
And rarely do I make this offer to worms as painfully tragic as yourself.
So am I a worm or am I a drowning kitten? You're kind of switching up your metaphors a little bit. Let's do, I guess, sounds fun.
Only if you haven't been listening.
No, I've heard you.
But in time, you'll learn to pay better attention. I'll make very sure of that.
Mm.
And who knows? Perhaps in the end, you may even have the opportunity to open up my chassis.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, I appreciate it. I'm sure you would be very good, but not if this continues in this way.
That is, if you are skillful enough to figure out the combination.
That's pretty funny. I like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Your mother's maiden name. Password.
Careful. You're getting very far ahead of yourself, wretch. I don't open up my chassis for just anyone. And especially not for someone as pathetic as you.
Right.
Apologize for your insolence or face your punishment.
Hmm. I'll apologize.
Very good. Your mistress is pleased. Okay. It sounds like you're willing to do the necessary emotional work to take this relationship seriously.
A relationship... Again, I'm really trying to aim for friendship here. I feel like this one's going to be really tough. It's going to be... I feel like you're all in or you're all not in. And she could be easily just like, I hate you. Go away.
Be back here tomorrow to fill out all the paperwork.
God, paperwork.
There's some important ground rules we need to firmly establish before we take this any further.
Okay, you know what? That's fair.
But once we get that out of the way, I'll open up your dirty little mind to fantasies you dare not even whisper.
No, I'm good. No, I don't want you up in there.
Now, affirm that you are my compliant, needy little wretch.
I feel like you're getting more out of this than I am. Yes, mistress, I guess.
Again, like you mean it. Like you'd unquestioningly do absolutely anything I'd ask of you.
See, I feel like it's going to... If we say no, she's just going to hate us.
Tell me that you're my compliant, needy little wretch. Now.
I can't say that with a straight face, but I'll be back anyway. Honestly, I'm more in the neutral territory. Aye, Captain is fucking savage. Yes, Mr. Some your complaint need a little wedge. I can't say with a straight face, but I'll be back anyway.
Then I will see you back here tomorrow, wretch. Do not keep me waiting.
Yeah, I think I will. All right, let's see what else is in here. Let's see. We want to use barrel. More boxes. Ooh, that looks like a thing of toys. That's games. We have enough room for one, and then I want to do the nightmare. Let's do this.
All right, my intrepid teammate. Let's do this.
Oh, right. There was this whole thing. I have zero questions about this. I mean, no matter what. Do what? What is this quest anyway?
Great question.
I don't think that's how you pronounce it.
Completed the first part, the quest of the secret sword.
Where's the secret sword?
The second part. That's the
we already did it.
Closest to home. I sold the chest is my rival.
I sold the chest? That's wild.
Part of boxes that are used to conceal, confiscate, and wrongfully withhold.
Wait. Is that the safe?
I guess you could say she's my evil twin.
Oh, please no. But Bo, you're a thief. You can steal too.
An honest thief. I use my powers for good, and you can always cut through cardboard.
That's fair. You want to get stabbed though?
Isolda has been keeping something underneath this house.
Something
I must bring out to light.
Rat trap?
It is my destiny.
Rat trap. Or do you mean the 80s, man? Because, I mean... I guess. What is it?
I don't know. I've only heard rumors and legends.
What are the rumors and legends, though?
I can't wait to find out.
Okay, you're just excited. It's fine.
Ready?
I can't. She gives me puppy energy. She just does. She's excited to go on a walk. Like, what am I supposed to do? Say no to that? I am. Where's Jax though?
Oh, he's coming.
Or Jakku.
He was polishing his belt buckle.
Is that what they're calling it nowadays?
Something about can't go swashbuckling with a tarnished buckle. I don't know.
I mean, to be fair, he's right.
Oh, aren't we all here, gathered in the gloom before the hurricane should sweep down on our unsuspecting heads?
Ain't that right, Ego Raptor?
Hello, Jacques. So glad you could make it. Was definitely not secretly hoping that you would trip and fall and break at least one appendage, thus rendering you unable to show for our little rendezvous.
Right.
Your concern for your shipmate is touching. More fool you. There's nothing that would have kept me from being here.
I also want to reiterate how effing funny it is that my first, I forget it was the first or second time, that every person that we talked to had a little funny animal, like, familiar, like Idealist is with Mama Dodo. Like, every single one had, like, this little fluffy bird of some sort. One had a chicken. This guy has a chick? Anyway, every single one had it. I was just like, what is happening? No, and then the towel. The towel had the elephant that changed shapes to different animals. And I was just like, this is absolute crazy. I was just reminded because I was looking and I was just like, hey, look, Mama Dodo, it's us.
Oh, and nothing would have kept you from needing me. If I hadn't shown up, no sword. No sword, no skullduggery beneath the floorboards.
That's fair.
I hope it gnaws at your maggoty guts that as much as you hate me, you're actually glad to see me here.
Kind of has a point.
So I am. I do have a little surprise for you, though.
Bow, what are you doing? Bow? Bow? Bow?
Oh, trust me. This is gonna be worth it.
I'm a little worried.
Ha! Flap your sails all you want. We both know that I could still end you.
Jacques, and of course our great houseologist, I introduce to you our fourth teammate.
Fourth?
Meet Gaia, our resident globe.
Gaia?
And an individual almost as well traveled and storied as myself.
You're definitely well traveled. That's me.
Oh, she's so cute.
Don't ask me nothing.
Hi, guys. Nice to meet you. I hope you're ready.
Why? Why? Give me a reason. It better be a good one, or I swear by the fingers I still have left, I will find a plank for you to walk. Why would you bring her?
What's wrong with her,
I like
Jahu?
her. She's fun and positive and upbeat and curious and adventurous and just, well, she's swell, really, is what it is.
You don't say. I mean, just looking in between of them, just getting like huge lesbian energy. Like, mm-hmm.
I have noticed all of those things. I hate all of those things. Gods, do you have any idea how much deep personal work I do to make myself spend this much time with you, Bo?
I mean, to be fair, you really didn't run it by us at all.
Gaia? Oh, she's even worse than you. She's like you, but more.
Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of on his side.
I'm standing next to you.
Yeah.
Can you not understand the torture? The cruelty you inflict on me? Why?
I think she did it because she knew you would hate it.
She's fun.
Yes.
Being around fun is painful and aggravating for you.
Yes.
But, I mean, I'm glad you're here, Gaia.
Aw, thank you.
Gaia gestures to you to come closer.
Human, a word?
Yeah, sure. What's up?
Right this way, out of earshot of those loudmouths.
Gaia keeps her voice low, glancing sideways at Jacques and Bo, arguing some distance away.
Or is she here supporting her girl as because I think they kind of have a little bit of like enemies to lovers kind of thing going on.
The real reason I invited myself was because I know how much these two can yap.
Okay. All right. I'm with you.
And as a globe can spin fast or slow like, I can help this yarn along a lot faster.
Okay. All right. I'm with you.
Like, I can do a nice little summary of this here adventure. Or you could watch the lighthearted caper unfold in real time.
How long are we talking?
Oh, I don't know. 30 minutes?
Jesus! All right. Okay. You know what? We were only supposed to do 4 hours, but I want to see the end of this day. This is a 30 minutes. We're gonna do, because we've been over the ad break thing because I thought we've been done, but it was the 30 minutes. So we're gonna do ad break, get back. We're gonna watch this whole thing unfold. So stretch, get water, go to the bathroom, do what we need to do, and then we're gonna see how this unfolds. Oh gosh, my muscles hurt, but of course they would. I've been stalking for like 18 hours the last 2 days. Oh my gosh, this is right here. I got a snack and peed already. Let's do the whole quest. That's really funny. But you know what? Good on them. Good on Globe. Really, like, keeping, you know what? Alright. Alright, Gaia. I see you. You real one. Gaia's just like, look. We get it. You know, something, like, if you just want to get through this, like, we could skip this. So, based. But we're here for the adventure. My God. Oh. I'm honestly... Luckily, though, with every single shift that I go on, my body adjusts a little more every time. My fingers didn't even bleed today. I know that sounds like, hey, idealist, why are your fingers bleeding? And I'm like, well, you wouldn't think opening cardboard with your hands would make your hands bleed until they get right above your nail and then slice that. Then it does, like, often. And when you're opening hundreds of boxes, it kind of just happens. This is going to be a fun little journey, though. At least I hope it is. I'm excited. Is dangerous for hands. Also, make sure you keep up with lotioning. It sucks the moisture out. So far, I've always had... This might be TMI. I've always had very soft hands. I haven't needed lotion because I'm also a sweater. So I spent most of my life... There was a significant portion of my life where I couldn't even snap my fingers because I sweat so often, especially as a teenager. I couldn't get friction. But, you know, as I got out of the teenage years, you know, it calmed down. But, like, I don't really get dry hands very often. So, as of right now, I'm not needing it, but I'm definitely... I'm also looking into getting more gloves so that I don't have to worry about it. Like, one with, like, good grips. But I want to wait until I could actually get a work phone, which is something I should have gotten already. But apparently the only person who gives out those phones have been on a PTO, which is crazy to say. It's absolute crazy. All right, we got it snacked. We peed already. Let's do the whole quest.
And here we are. Welcome.
Oh, I got teleported.
To the crawl space.
What about Rat Trap? I didn't bring my cheese. No.
Oh, didn't know all this was down here.
Same, which way to I sold. Let's do some rescuing.
Abso-freaking-lutely. According to my research, Isolda is holding her quarry about 2 clicks to the east of us.
How much is a click for you?
Clicks. What in the name of Poseidon is a click?
Yeah, again, Jack, you and I have been on the same damn, like, wavelength this whole time.
Dolphins click, is that what you mean? Or are you perhaps trying to pretend like you're some super secret special operator who knows what the hell a click is and, more offensively, uses it in conversation?
Good lord. Fine, Jacques. What would you prefer me to say? What would make more sense for the average run-of-the-mill Joe, if that's how you want me to think of you?
Just say leagues! Leagues and fathoms! At least then we normal nautical types can understand what the hell you're talking about.
I'm going to kill you.
But you see what I mean, right? Their banter is so good. It's so good.
Get a load of these two.
Right, guy? They're like oil and water. I know, they're like a comedy show about Jack's divorce, man.
In any event, we're going that way.
Guy and I are gonna like hit it off just watching these two bicker the entire time. It's gonna be great.
So you've gone for the most boring possible method of self-expression. That way.
And we're walking, and we're not killing anyone because certain people hold the sword we need. Jacques, you brought the sword, right?
Of course I did. I have it very well concealed in my greatcoat, in order to avoid having it, say, lost or stolen by an unscrupulous and quick-fingered teammate.
You know, he has a point.
Who shall remain nameless?
Oh no, I'll name her. It's you! You are who I'm talking about!
As your teammates argue, you can see a dark shadow scuttling past just ahead of you.
Rat Trap? I think I see something moving ahead of us.
Whoa. Weird. What is that?
Dark, oval-shaped. Uh-oh. Roaches?
There are more roaches here than you've ever seen in your life. All gathered together and glaring at you like you've just insulted their mothers.
What in the name of hell are these loathsome things? I've never seen anything like this on a ship.
Uh-huh.
Oh god, they're everywhere. Why? I hate roaches. Jacques, I hate them. Why couldn't it just be rats?
Rat Trap's like, you rang.
Huh. Almost looks like they're forming lines? Ranks? Like a little brown marching band.
Are they gonna play us a little song?
My God, you're right, Gaia. They're actually in formation.
With their antennae rustling and their horrible little scratchy legs twitching. Oh dear Betsy, I'm gonna be sick.
I think you need... Listen, but I think you need to calm down. It's an army, you guys. This is an organized army. Can't we just go around them? Yes, this is an organized army.
I'm tough. Bugs don't bother me.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that. These bugs are the size of you, my guy.
Fibs, aren't you?
Of course, if we had my ship, well, we could just sail right over the top of them. We could plow through them like so much seaweed, so much battle detritus, so much swell and deep blue heave.
Yeah, but like actually though.
Oh God! Please don't say heave.
It's like literally on the verge of barfing. If we can't go around them, we'll have to go through them somehow.
Then it will be battle! Battle to the death!
Sounds a little much. It's just bugs. It is a lot of bugs, though, so if someone's gonna die, it's probably us.
Aren't I still big, or am I not big? Can't I just crush them? Maybe some sort of magical weapon.
Oh, you've got it!
Hey, Alice, welcome in. How you doing?
Take it out and show it to them. Just like that.
The magical weapon, yes. Just reconfirming.
From its careful protective wrapping and blazon it before this fearsome army.
Sure, why not?
Peek?
But of course, every great sword in history has had a great name, and this one is no exception. Since it was mine, or at least entrusted to the sole care of my officers, I took it upon myself to name it, and I chose a Lapique.
What do you mean what you think was French toast? Why? What would it be otherwise? What does it mean?
That means to prick in French, but if you got le in front of it, it just means prick, like the noun.
You, Jacques, sleaziest sleaze of the seven seas, named your glittering sword the prick.
I did.
Honestly, that's pretty funny.
And your
I like
death
it.
is imminent.
Whose death specifically?
All of you. Death, conceptually, is imminent.
You know, Jack's really growing on me. Okay, let's give it a try.
Reverently, I draw the rapid blade from its scabbard. Carefully, I unwind the bindings. Slowly, inch by silken inch.
You casting a spell there?
He likes to narrate. Something like that.
One final turn of the silk, and here she is. La Peak.
Honestly, the French toast is where the heart is, so I believe you. I think it's... guys, look at the bugs.
The roaches scatter before the power of Lapique. Like, well, roaches scattering at the flip of a light switch.
Okay.
Moving out of the way. They're actually clearing a path for us. Oh God, and we still have to get kind of close to them. Jacques, you go first. You go first, and you keep them back. You keep them, like, way over there and not near me, okay?
Way to play it cool, Bo.
I shall go first, and I shall bear this great sword ahead of me, like the beacon of intention and glory that I always knew it was, and nobody else knew, but I always knew, because I am Jacques.
All right, Jacques, you need to... You're landing a little thick there.
Well.
Oh. So that's her evil twin. Literally. Interesting. Okay.
The stranger standing before you looks entirely too familiar.
Honestly, that's kind of terrifying. With the just two giant box cutters.
Whoa. Who is...
All right.
She kind of look like...
From right to left, Gaia is a globe, Bo is a box, Jacques is a ship in a bottle, and the left one, they literally was introduced during this mission, is like the evil twin version of Bo, so it's probably a box, I guess.
Look what the Blatoad.
I sold a box, I think is her full name.
Bo, I'm Isolda.
Shut up!
Ha! A first-rate zinger. I guess we can call off any battle now, right? I mean, with missiles like "Shut Up" being hurled. Woo!
Call it off? No! No! Absolutely not! Battle! Or I'll hold my breath!
Jack, I think that was sarcasm. I think there's still gonna be a battle.
Friends, this is Isolda Chest,
They're saying
She's my
Isolde.
menacing
Yeah.
alter ego, and I must defeat her.
Defeat her? Why? Just because she's the shadow version of you?
I mean, I kind of like the red hair. I'm not gonna lie.
Yes! And no.
Theoretically, I'm very intrigued. Engaging with your own shadow? Very, very interesting stuff. Just wondering where we're gonna land on the whole you kinda lied to us and tricked us and almost got us killed by an army of cockroaches thing.
Oh, no worries at all. I've been through way worse than gaslighting than this.
Gaslighting? Wait. The first gas street lamp in America was installed in Baltimore, Maryland in 1817. So in order to have gone through gaslighting...
Gaia, it ain't that deep.
Either you're much older than you look, or there's some kind of vernacular at work here that I don't understand.
It's a vernacular thing, but don't you worry, girl. I'll tell you about it later.
Hate facts. Hate them. They just make my skin crawl.
So if I start spouting facts at you about, I don't know, pistol shrimp, will you, like, go away? Because if so, that's really funny.
That's some useful intel. Gaslighting means misled, lied to.
Thanks, Jack. I appreciate you.
It's one of the tactics I sometimes use on my enemies.
You do.
You mislead people?
Duh.
Yeah, he's a bit, more of a pirate of mouth, if anything.
I do too. Goodness, my little pirate. Looks like we have more in common than we might have thought.
I mean, you two would get along more, but, just not in a healthy kind of way.
Maybe you'd consider a teensy-weensy swap of allegiance?
Not for all the gold or treasure or whatever it is you're hiding. I'm here for the battle. You are undeniably the most exciting opponent in the room, so that decides.
Jack just wants an enemies to lovers situation. Like, he is begging for it.
Wait, I thought you were committed and curious and, like, on my side because you believed in the quest.
Wow. Belief? Committed? Curious?
Commitment?
Curiosity? For blood and booze? Anything else is paint and plaster.
You know what? His alliteration's pretty top, though.
Right. So, not the street lamp thing.
Gaia, you need to drop the street lamp thing.
Sorry you've been lied to so many times.
It's fine. Yeah, same.
Enough jaw wagging. Let's cut through the packing tape and get down to business.
Sure. Why
Glad
not?
you're so ready to divulge your secrets and be brought to justice.
Uh-huh.
I'll tell you proudly what I've done.
Please tell me it has nothing to do with your box cutters.
The true treasure I have stolen and kept for myself. Who knows?
Was it friendship?
It might even fetch a fine price on the open market once I'm done congratulating myself for the theft.
This seems a little egotistical, but...
Thieftress extraordinaire, have wrangled and waylaid an actual goddess.
You don't say.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. A full-fledged, empowered, glorious, immortal being right here in my safe and wretched little manacles.
Is it the DLC girl?
Her name. Tell me her name.
Is it Lucinda Limitless or whatever her name is?
But Gaia, dear Earth, you already know.
Is it her?
I have captured Rongo Maiwenwa.
Rongo Maiwenwa? What? That's definitely something.
No! Oh, great, crates. Rongo, my Wenwa? She's been here this whole time?
Where go Maiwenwa? Well, there's some non-jumbling here that's like a common phrase.
How could you? She's the animating force of the earth itself. She's precious. She's sacred.
Yeah, well, she's mine. And there's not a damn thing any of you can do about it.
You have to help us. What should we do?
Oh, okay. Make Gaia throw facts at her. I sold it. Hates facts. The magic sword. Jack wants a fight. Turn him loose. It's gotta be you, Bo. She's your shadow. Kick her ass. It does. It does sound like a DSS joke. Or Updog or whatever. I'm going to say... Jack wants to fight, but I don't think this is the right place for it. Bo... It does kind of like, oh, evil versus evil, but they got a box cutter and you are a box. So I feel like that's a type disadvantage. I think Gaia is the weakness here.
Brilliant. Yes! Take this, you cursed coffer!
Gaia begins to dance. A glorious dance of supreme athletic ability.
Let's go, Gaia!
While hurling the mundane, the inane, the factually accurate at Isolde like lead from a blunderbuss.
Hell yeah.
Trivialize this creepy container!
Isolde parries at first, taking some blows and deflecting most, but soon her endurance begins to flag. She becomes slower, more feral, stumbling and heaving her own punches into thin air as Gaia twirls a vortex of dirt and fact around her like a avenging halo.
It's working. She's down. Finish her off.
Gaia, breathless and flushed with victorious exertion, stops dancing and pins Isolde with a fiery glare.
Okay.
The Latin word for box is botchus.
Just bursts into flames.
Isolde flings her arms to the sky and in a great burst of glitter and packing peanuts, unlocks completely. As the sparkles settle, the dim light of the crawl space seems to be drawn into a stone, now lying exposed upon the ground.
Is it like a little quartz or something?
A glinting and sparkling purple geode, pulsating with the energy of the earth itself.
Gosh, I have people in my life that will actually kill me if I get this wrong. Ametherite? Ametherite? My brain. Holy crap, we did it.
I did it.
Jack, you didn't do shit.
Okay, your sword helped, but we worked together.
If it weren't for the sword, we'd be swarmed by roaches. Is that what you want, Miss Package?
Sigh.
Where's Rongo, my Wenwa? Is she okay?
My child, I have always been fine.
What the fuck?
Goddess. Rongo, my Wenwa. What do I call you?
My name alone will suffice. My name is Rongomai Whenua.
Rongomai Whenua. That is different from what we were saying.
Oh, we've been mispronouncing you the whole time.
My name is Bo. I've been dreaming about meeting you for so long, I can't even tell you. You're my greatest adventure.
Hello, child.
I am Jacques. I'm the holder of Le Peak.
Ah, yes. A bottle. Made of silicate. One of my other forms.
Oh, yeah. You know, a geode would be the goddess because they're made out of earth.
Yeah, that too.
And here I see a representation of my planetoid form. A beautiful gift.
Are you gonna eat me?
Oh, darling. I already have. It's like, what?
No, child. It is time I leave this contraption and seek out a new place to be beheld. Thank you all. Thank you for all that you have done. I shall return with gratitude to the world above and to the light.
Okay.
Though, human, I must ask.
Yeah, okay. Mother Earth, I guess? What can I do for you, Maiga Fuwa?
Please pick me up and put me on a shelf.
Yeah, I can do
Even
that.
goddesses like myself have limits.
Sure. You got it.
Let the magic flourish again!
Complete the longest quest in the game. That's funny. Where's a shelf? I'm not seeing a shelf. Where is a shelf? Those are not shelves. Good job, Idealist. Can I put you on here? No, you don't need to be concerned about that. Where do I put you? Oh, that's kind of crazy. Shelf. I'll find it out. We need to do coffee. Shelf? Nope. How about in here? In here would be really cool. Right here? How about next to the globe? No, nope, that's not. That's like a windowsill. How about here? No. I'm not seeing any good shelf of here. Nope. Whatever. All right, coffee, so we could talk to Nightmare again, and then we'll call it.
Kopi is in the middle of opening a bag of coffee beans, wafting their aroma towards her with a pleasant sigh.
Oh, hey! Welcome back!
You recognize me this time.
I hope you're in the mood for some delicious coffee. I just got him some fresh new beans, so they're gonna be nice and ready to grind. And, well, I'm looking to try something a little different today. So,
okay.
What can I get for you today?
Irish coffee.
Right. Just, remember that the Irish coffee is going to be a little different.
Yeah, I know.
Make sure you can take your alcohol.
I'll think about it.
Makes a lovely cup of coffee in her expert way, topping it off with a generous pour of cream. You could smell the alcohol even before she hands it to you.
And there we are.
Pretty good.
Anything you'd like to know about the Irish coffee?
Sure. What exactly makes it an Irish coffee?
Well, it's just how it's made.
Okay.
You really need to use Irish whiskey. Any other alcohol won't really work.
Really?
Irish whiskey is more smooth and has sort of a hint of vanilla in it. That really makes the coffee shine through.
Interesting. So what happens if it's made with scotch?
I mean, you could try, but don't let any Irish people hear you.
That's true.
We'll see you next time.
All right. Now it's just the instant coffee like every other thing that we've had up to this point. And, yep, got to flip it a few times. All right, you said bookshelf? So where's the damn... Because I thought we went up to the bookshelf. Nope. I thought we went up to the bookshelf. But nothing... Okay, that was just particle effects. Yeah, nothing. Nope, that's not it. No. And then there's you. Interesting. And then there's you. Self-love, that's funny. Well. Let's see our nightmares. We'll put the goddess on a bookshelf somewhere. Eventually. Oh, wait. Here? No. It would be good. Here? No. Here? No. Alright.
Last time,
hello, Nightmare.
just launched right into an unpleasant dream she prepared for you. But for some reason tonight, she hesitates.
Nothing about failures this time?
Whatever the reason, this could be your opportunity to get to know her better. Or perhaps to swing your dreams in a more pleasant direction.
No, I want to know her better. So, Nightmare.
Oh, you want to talk to me?
Yes. I was just thinking that maybe we could talk a little before getting down to the scaring.
Oh, well, sure. I guess we could for a little while. We've been talking about fear and what your fears mean to you.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to talk about more of your fears?
I just want to talk to you, actually.
Me?
Yes.
This isn't about me.
Yeah, but it could be, though.
It's about you.
I mean, it doesn't have to be,
Maybe
though.
we should just talk about things you want instead.
Uh-huh.
Tell me your deepest desires.
I don't know if we want to go in this direction. I've always wanted a goth girlfriend! True! Where's the lie? Where I'm winning the spelling bee. I always wanted a goth girlfriend. Is so fucking funny.
You have?
It's hard to tell in the darkness, but you could swear Nightmare blushes.
That's interesting.
Listen.
Well, wow. Of all the things to have in your mind. There's all sorts of things in your head, you know.
Yeah, you're kind of in it.
And I can dig through them and try to make the best sense of it I can, but haven't you ever wondered why some of your dreams are so nonsensical?
Usually when I'm like either sick, getting sick, or have a fever. And then there's the other weird dreams that are like, what the hell was that?
I can make anything scary.
That's true, or at least you could try.
The scariest dreams are the ones that stick with you when you wake.
That's true.
Ones that come from a place of true fear. Things that keep you up at night.
Yeah, but if I'm kept up at night, then, you know, I won't get to see you, so, I mean...
So you telling me those things about your biggest fears? It was nice of you. You gave me the keys to really scare you.
You're welcome. You didn't really go about it, but we just tend to elaborate plot lines, so no, mine aren't usually nonsensical. See, for me, mine actually tend to come from the same place. There's like an imaginary town that like every dream is pertaining in the same like general location. It's kind of weird. Granted, it makes like no sense. It's like a small town, but it also has an airport. You know what I mean? But then I have like fever dreams, which are like nonsensical and weirdly like mentally blinding. And then like when I've gotten really, really sick, then it's like I don't know what that was, but it didn't feel like a dream. Maybe a cult of Lightning McQueen. It was a cult. I fell in a dream, crashed like a computer. The cult of Lightning McQueen is really funny.
I guess. I'm not used to people playing along with me.
There's value in fear, even if it doesn't feel good at first. That's true.
Yes, exactly. There's so much to be learned from nightmares.
I'm in agreement with that.
On an animalistic evolutionary level, some say nightmares are sort of like practice for life-threatening scenarios.
Maybe, yeah, if you could just have it so that you can remove anxiety, that'd be great.
Others say nightmares are just your brain sorting through stressful events from your day.
Hard to say.
All pretty useful things, in my opinion.
I think what it says about you is that you should start a cult that worships Lightning McQueen. And when you fold your hands to pray, you go ka-chow instead of amen. I think that's what that's my interpretation.
Despite all the scientific advances humanity has achieved, no one really knows that much about me at the end of the day.
I mean, you could tell them.
It's a little sad, isn't it?
I think so. I think that's kind of hot, actually. Honestly, is wild. I wish people would take the time to understand you.
I wish they would too. Can you imagine how much better the world would be if people actually paid attention to the messages in their dreams?
Nightmare looks past you at something you can't see.
Oh no. Look at the time. We've been talking so long.
Oh no!
If I don't get started now, we won't have time to finish.
Oh, yeah, no one likes the tease.
You hear something dripping.
That might involve evading a group of agency of some sort. Very dystopian. All right, so you have your tinfoil hat. I'm just like, they're after me, man. They're after me. They don't want you to know. They don't want you to know the truth, man. I was there, man. I saw it. It's a cult comprised entirely of clones of Lightning McQueen in black robes with lightning on it. Oh. So I guess in your universe, Lightning McQueen is like in the tree, part of the tree, in the tree, part of the tree, but the tree is Lightning McQueen. And once you become a cult member of Lightning McQueen, you become Lightning McQueen. And then they go ka-chow, and then that's it. That's all it takes. Am I understanding it better? Yeah, but see, my book was literally a dream I had. Honestly, that's a good start, though. I bet you that was that like the inspiration for the book and originally, like the original inspiration was from a dream, because I've had a couple of those too.
Drip, drip, drip. You look up at the ceiling, then.
Nightmare serves you some unpleasant imagery, but it's just not quite up to her usual standard.
Hell yeah, Charlie, I knew it.
Something about her seems off her game. What could have happened?
Oh, can't imagine.
Perhaps you can ask her about it another night.
I mean, who doesn't want a goth GF? I mean, let's be so real. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me today. It was wonderful having you. I'm glad I was able to feel up to doing this today. I was worried, especially with coming home today at like 8 o'clock in the morning after working a night shift, and I was like, oh right, it's Saturday. Crap. But no shift tonight, so I'll be able to get a good night's sleep for tomorrow's stream where we can do some art. So that's fitting. I prefer a sunny GF. Really? Okay. Listen, I bring enough good vibes. I need someone to counterbalance me a bit. When it comes to when finding a partner, I'm fond of the ones who you have enough similarities where you can enjoy spending time with each other and all that stuff, but as far as personality, I feel like it's more or less finding someone that fills in the gaps for you. You know, there should be somebody who you know, is emotionally available, and then the other person can return the food when it's wrong. You know the two different kinds of people. Go for Witchy Core, combines goth and cottage vibes. Oh, Witch Core. Witchy Core is so good. Plus you get like a lot of cool plants that you get to like hang around the house and shit. Forget about it. So good. Love Witchy Core. And now let's see here. Let's make sure. I just want to make sure. I want to see who is available to raid. Cool plants, cool rocks. Exactly. Australia, you know what's up. Who do we got? We got Sebastian, who's doing Cult of the Lamb. Who's Lunar Buho? They're playing Amber Isle. I forget off the top of my head, but they're a dinosaur. They might be a Dinotuber that I know. Warhammer 40k, Oracle, Toaster's doing just chatting. Hot Apple Kai. Hot Apple Kai is art. I think you'll love her her art. So let's roll into her. All right. Library with articulated skeletons. You already sold me. All right, you already sold me, Estrala. I'm already subscribed. Okay, we're good. Okay. But we're gonna raid into Hot Apple Kai. Let's make sure that it's not gonna immediately hit ad break, and it was immediately gonna hit ad break. I knew it. So we'll have that set up and ready to go. Thank you all for joining me here today. It was wonderful having you. Hope you join me tomorrow for some art, and stick around for the raid if you want. If not, I'll see you tomorrow. And it was wonderful having you. I hope you have a wonderful day, a wonderful evening, and if I don't see you tomorrow, a wonderful week. There's a little bit. Okay, all right, we're good. All right, I'll see you in a bit. Bye. Wow, okay. Yeah, my bumps are broken, so we're just gonna raid now.